Chapter 24:16. Prek. The sky changed color and the starfall sea trembled. Endless lightning was born from the void and blasted towards the corpse god. The lightning illuminated the entire starfall sea, the black hole and the fifth mainland. It also illuminated the corpse god's shocked face. Lightning master? There was a boom, and the powerful lightning turned into a counterforce that pushed the caged WRM towards the fifth mainland. Lu Bujing instinctively used his ancestral qi to activate the Realm Mountains array and push it to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The process was not fast, but the corpse god could not stop it. He was struck by lightning, and the lightning's dazzling light blinded everyone's eyes, preventing them from seeing what was happening. When the Realm Mountain completely blocked the entrance to the Starfall Sea and blocked the lightning's light, everyone reacted and stared blankly at the caged WRM. It was still charging towards the fifth mainland, and it was truly afraid. The lightning had roasted its butt, and this lightning was so familiar that it was terrified. Lu Yin lay on the caged WRM's back and panted heavily. His body had long since become numb and he could not move. The lightning had severely injured him and he needed to recuperate. As he thought about it, his body slowly withered away, and he allowed the caged WRM to carry him around the fifth mainland. The ruler's realm, the god of forgotten ruins, and Blacklist god all looked in the direction of the new continent and exchanged glances. The ancient god also sensed it. Not long after, the corpse god returned. Not only were the ancient god and the others shocked, but even Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were shocked. They had fought for so long, and the corpse god had tried to destroy the infinite kinetic energy more than once. He had been the one who had fought with them the most, but he had never been injured. Now, however, his body was covered with multiple scars that looked as if he had been burned by lightning. What's going on? The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. The corpse god took out the giant scarlet eye. It was about the same height as the corpse god, but it was much larger than the god of forgotten ruins and the rest. However, its exterior had already been damaged. The ancient god frowned. Was this done by a descendant of the Lu family? The corpse god looked up. It's bad. Let's make the best use of it. Blacklist god was helpless. This was supposed to be our last step, but we were forced to use it. It was too close, which is why we were discovered. We'll have to keep it further in the future. It's not very sturdy. It doesn't matter. There's one in this space. It's enough, the ancient god said. Use it. The zombie goddess gripped the scarlet vertical eye with both hands and raised it high into the air. Then, under the vigilant and confused gazes of Bai Wang Yuan and the others, he threw it directly into the starry sky tree. Regardless of whether it was Bai Wang Yuan's group, the great ancestor of the outer world, or Wuxia's group, they had never seen something like this before. They watched as the enormous scarlet vertical eye made contact with the world of trees and then turned into red light, forcibly melting the world of trees, causing a gap to appear in the world of trees. Not good. Bai Wang Yuan shouted. The ancient god, the god of forgotten ruins, the zombie god, and the black void god all attacked at the same time. Dark red divine power entered the starry sky tree through the gap in the world of trees. It pierced through the upper world, the middle world, and finally the lower world, hitting the undying god. Undying god's shattered body quickly reconnected, and Xia Ziheng and the other half-martial ancestors were aghast. Run. That's a huge price to pay. The undying god raised his head and looked at the crack between the top realm and the middle realm. He saw the red light melting the world of trees. Once the world of trees was melted to a certain extent, it would begin to repair itself. Although the red light could melt some of it, it wouldn't last for long. The dragon ancestor wanted to stop the divine power from descending, but he was torn apart by the divine power. He raised his arm. Soon the undying god's body recovered and was full of divine power. He lowered his head to look at the ancestor Meng, who also raised his head to look at him. Your master can't come back, so I'll let you go this time. It won't be long before this space is finished. With that, the undying god raised his hand and pushed away the ancestor Meng's body that was wrapped around him. The surface of the ancestor Meng's body was constantly being burned and melted by the divine power. He let out a howl, but he didn't want to retreat. Above his head, the divine eagle descended and grabbed at the undying god. The undying god looked up and said, "Scram." With that, his body disappeared. The divine eagle's claw missed, and the undying god appeared in the middle realm. He suddenly looked in a direction. The thing was there, and suddenly the evil Saraira descended. Ancient characters revolved around the evil Saraira and collided with the undying god. Wuxia's figure appeared. He stepped on the evil Saraira and slapped at the undying god. His palm was entwined with strands of gray, tracing back to the past. The undying god raised his eyebrows. I wanted to deny what just happened. So it was this battle technique. He still has the leisure to accept disciples in this space. Hurry up and leave, there's no time to waste. The ancient god's voice sounded. The undying god looked unwillingly at the fallen sword's steel in the distance, and his body disappeared. Wuxia had not been hit. When he looked back, the undying god had already passed through the tree realm and reached the sovereign realm. Once he was there, no one could stop him from leaving. I want to take Wu Bei away, the undying god said helplessly after returning to the sovereign realm. The Forgotten Ruins god sneered. I sacrificed a divine eye for you. Be content. Think about how you're going to explain this to the true god. We've wasted too much time. Everyone is in a hurry. Let's go. The ancient god barked and was the first to retreat. Next, the Forgotten Ruins god, Corpse god, Blacklist god, and the Undying god all retreated. The corpse kings on the battlefield behind them also retreated. This battle had come and gone quickly. The ancient god and the rest retreated. Bai Wangyuan and the rest could not stop them, nor could they. Wuxia immediately contacted Lu Yin, worried that Lu Yin had gone to the Starfall Sea again. Lu Yin could not go even if he wanted to, as the Helldrake had plunged into the astral river and almost choked him to death. He did not even have the strength to use his slippers to teach the Helldrake a lesson, and he had already been tossed out of the stage. He could only let the Helldrake go crazy. It was not because of the corpse god but because of that lightning. The Helldrake crashed into something with a bang and its entire body flipped over. Lu Yin was also tossed out before finally coming to a stop. He looked in front of him. This was the bottom of the astral river, and because of the Helldrake's powerful aura, the surrounding creatures had all been scared away. What's that? Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a huge metal box. On the other side, the Helldrake shook its head and then lay down to sleep. Lu Yin walked over and looked at the huge square object in front of him. He knocked on it and it was indeed a huge metal box. It was no wonder that the Helldrake had crashed into it. However, it was too sturdy and the Helldrake had not even been able to break it. This was the symbol of the freak ancestor. Lu Yin remembered that Kuei Luo had mentioned that there was a freak ancestor from the era of the Daoist sect who specialized in using rare materials to create weapons that normal people could not use. He even had an armory. Could this be it? The wireless goo kept vibrating and Lu Yin picked it up. It was Lu Bujing. How are you? Lu Bujing asked. Lu Yin leaned against the metal box and replied, How's the Starfall Sea? The realm mountains have been sealed. Lu Yin sighed in relief. Good. He recalled the scene from before and he had clearly only borrowed the Dai's 5. That innate gift had been so powerful that it was exaggerated. The person who had beaten the Helldrake into a pulp was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Lu Yin had Lu Bujing take care of the following matters while he sized up the metal box. As for the cosmic tree realm, he could not help it. The corpse god had descended, but not a single progenitor had appeared. This was not because the four-way scales had gone back on their word, but because Senior Wuxia had reminded him. It meant that Bai Wangyuan and the others might not have been able to do the same. If Lu Yin rashly went to the Starfall Sea again, he might not be as lucky, but the Eternals would also pay a heavy price. He had already done his best. Right, there was still that scar on the Helldrake's head. Lu Yin hurriedly went over to take a look, and he found that the scar on the Helldrake's head had disappeared. There was no longer any power of thunder, and that power had been borrowed by the Dai. Then would the Helldrake recover? Lu Yin sized up the Helldrake and silently took out a pair of slippers before pricking it with a needle. The Helldrake woke up and was furious. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but when it saw Lu Yin and the slippers in his hand, it blinked and lowered its claws to show its submission. Lu Yin sighed in relief. This idiot had not recovered yet, which was good. If the Helldrake regained its intelligence, who would be able to tame it? Go back to sleep, Lu Yin casually said. Because he spoke, he felt a pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a serious injury from the corpse god, and if not for the corpse in front of him, it would not have been a simple injury. Even his battle force at the Mastery Realm had been shattered. Against the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin's methods were not very useful. The general appointment platform had been thrown away, and it was a small matter to retrieve it. It was a pity that the corpse had been injured, and the progenitor sword had been shattered by the sole true god in the cosmic tree realm. Lu Yin did not know if it could be repaired. The Helldrake did not sleep and instead looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin walked over to the metal box and looked around, but he could not find the door. He looked at the Helldrake and pointed at the metal box. "Turn it over." The Helldrake stretched out a claw and lifted it up. Lu Yin took a look and saw that there was a door. "Turn it over like this." The Helldrake exerted some force and flipped the box over. The metal box was about the size of the Helldrake's head, and when it was flipped over, it caused the astral river to churn and tremble. The people who had been mining pyrolite on the beach were submerged, as they thought that some powerful creature had appeared. Lu Yin tried to push the door, but it did not budge. He used overlaying stacks and pushed the door open with a bang, allowing him to walk in. The metal box was about the size of the Helldrake's head, and to Lu Yin, it could almost be considered a planet. Although it was called a box, it was only relative to the Helldrake. The moment he stepped inside, he saw a mountain range that was filled with a solidified, high-temperature liquid. This liquid could no longer be considered magma, as even Lu Yin could feel the heat. As for the mountain range, if it could withstand such a high-temperature liquid, then it was naturally not an ordinary mountain range. Because the metal box had been flipped over, the high-temperature liquid was everywhere, and there were even droplets of liquid dripping from the top of Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin walked inside and looked in one direction. There he saw a weapon that looked like a hook floating in the high-temperature liquid. It floated here and there, and with a casual wave of his hand, the weapon appeared in front of him. The hook was 10 meters long, but the weapon's extension was only as wide as a palm. It was not suitable for a human to use as the hook was too long. However, it was also not suitable for a small giant, as the extension was too short for the giant to grasp. It also had the symbol of the freak ancestor on it. Lu Yin shook his head, as this was indeed the freak ancestor's style. This weapon was not suitable for anyone. Chapter 24:17. Lu Yin grabbed the claw and squeezed it hard. The material was rather tough and it almost froze him when he touched it. He could feel a bone-piercing chill, but it was a pity that he didn't know what it was made of. He continued to walk further in, and not long after he saw another long blade. His eyes twitched. From a distance it looked like a long blade, but upon closer inspection, it was also a long blade. However, the blade and the back of the blade were intertwined, and it was impossible to tell which side was the blade and which was the back. Both sides were the blade and the back of the blade. What was even more disgusting was that there was a barb at the hilt. Lu Yin didn't know if this thing could harm an enemy, but it would definitely harm himself. Strange ancestor, it really was a strange ancestor. Lu Yin shook his head and continued walking. He had walked through nearly half of the entire metal box, and through his domain, not a single weapon could escape him. The strangest weapon he had ever seen was a tail, and no matter how he swung it, the tip of the tail would always stab towards the user. The sharpest weapon he had ever seen was an arrow that was curved and hollow. It would never hit its target even if it was used as a melee weapon. The tip of the arrow was extremely sharp, but the arrowhead was blunt. Its sharpness came from where the arrowhead connected to the body of the arrow. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out how to use it. Dozens of weapons floated behind him, some big and some small. All of them were made of rather good materials that even Lu Yin cared about, but the strange ancestor had used them to make these broken things. Lu Yin believed that these materials would be very precious regardless of the era, and he was sure that many of them had already gone extinct in this era. However, they had been wasted by the strange ancestor, which made his heart ache. Thankfully, he had his die and could break them down, allowing him to perfectly recreate the materials. He had already reached the central region where the temperature was the highest. He could see a giant sword hilt towering at the bottom of the mountain range from quite a distance away. The hilt was similar to the sword sect's sword, but it was too big. Normal people would definitely not be able to use it, and only giants would be able to. It was even larger than the broken blade that Xiaoqian had left behind in Shenwu Plain. For some reason Lu Yin relaxed. If the giants could use this sword, then it wouldn't be a waste. Although not many giants would use swords, they were all good at using their fists. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared on the hilt. He looked down, wanting to see how long the sword was. With a single glance he was dumbfounded. Was this even possible? The hilt was so long that he felt like only a giant would be able to use it, but the blade was so short that he couldn't even see it. He leapt down and appeared beside the blade, staring at it in a daze. The hilt was long and wide, but the blade was terrifyingly short. It was only a meter long, but it was almost as wide as the hilt. This style consumed a lot of materials, and it also perfectly avoided the conditions that everyone could use it. That's right, no one could use it. The giant could pick up the sword hilt, but he couldn't use the sword body. Normal people couldn't even pick up the sword hilt. Moreover, even if someone could pick up the sword hilt, once the sword body appeared, it would make the enemy laugh to death. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. He really wanted to meet the monster ancestor and see just what kind of person could create such a disgusting weapon with the most expensive and rarest materials. It was no wonder why even the Daoist sect had come to talk to him and asked him to melt these weapons. Lu Yin knew that if he had been in Lu Yin's shoes, he would have been able to slap Lu Yin to death. There were words on the back of the sword. Lu Yin looked over and saw that these were words from the Daoist sect's era. He didn't recognize them, so he used the wireless goo to contact Ghost Monkey and had him take out the Cloud Connect stone so that he could look at the words face to face. I am the monster ancestor. Brother, no, not necessarily. Sister, it's possible. No matter who it is, aren't they angry when they see these weapons that I left behind? Angry? Don't be anxious and listen to me. I didn't have a choice and I was forced to do it. You ask who it was. It's the everlasting race. Don't misunderstand, I didn't betray humanity and I'm not Redback. However, I have to admit that fate is sometimes mysterious. I was saved by Redback when I was very young, and that Redback crazily instilled in me the idea of betraying humanity. I was still young back then, so of course I listened to her. You ask why she values me so much? Of course, it's because I'm gifted and talented and I'm also the most handsome man in the world. By the way, that Redback is a woman. It's hard to break the ideals that you've been instilled with since you were young, but who am I? I'm someone who can definitely become an ancestor, so how can you use common sense to judge me? I betrayed not humanity but that woman, that Redback. But betrayal isn't that easy, right? That woman has evidence of what I've done in the past, and as for what it is, you know what it is. I had no choice. In the end, I used my handsome appearance and outstanding eloquence to reach an agreement with her. I had to do something that would harm humanity for the rest of my life as repayment for her saving my life, and I also had to keep the evidence a secret. As for her, I left her to fend for herself. Don't blame me for not exposing her, as you can only understand what I felt back then when I was there. Of course, I kept an eye on her and didn't let her do anything. In short, I created these weapons that no one can use and wasted humanity's resources. That was what I did to harm humanity on her behalf. Aside from that, I didn't do anything to harm humanity. My life's goal was to create these strange weapons and slaughter the Eternals. I won't rest until I die. Strange Ancestor Yun-E. The strange ancestor had left behind many words, and it took the monkey more than 2 hours to slowly translate them. Although he had wasted resources as a progenitor, not betraying humanity was his greatest contribution. At the same time, keeping an eye on Redback was equivalent to eliminating a threat. Now both the strange ancestor and the woman were dead, and everything had disappeared with time, leaving behind only these weapons. Anyone who became an ancestor would experience a legend from birth to death. Even the most low-key withered ancestor would be deeply shocked by those who knew him. The strange ancestor was the same. He had not left his name in history, but what he did could be considered a legend. Forget it, I won't blame you. Don't worry, I can decompose these weapons. Not only did you not waste the materials, but you even helped me keep them. Thanks, bro, Lu Yin said as he cheerfully put away all the weapons. He then continued his search in the distance until he had collected all the weapons. Only then did he sit down. It was time to roll his die. Not only did he have to heal himself, but he also had to dissect these weapons. Actually, the metal box, the mountain range inside, and the high temperature of the liquid were all good things, but he did not necessarily need to use them. He would just keep them as a memento to prove that the strange ancestor had once been in this world. Everyone would leave behind traces in this world, but as time passed, those traces would also disappear. Lu Yin left. After leaving the metal box, he did not know how long his traces would remain in the river of time. If the humans in this part of the universe were defeated, then his existence would also disappear. With a melancholy heart, Lu Yin was about to roll his die when his wireless goo vibrated. Senior Wuxia had contacted him and he quickly answered. The war is over, Wuxia replied. Lu Yin silently waited for the rest of the message. In the end, we were unable to destroy the undying god. He escaped. Wuxia told Lu Yin everything that had happened, including how the corpse kings had retreated from the battlefield. Lu Yin replied, that giant scarlet vertical eye that can melt the tree realm is something like an astral gate. Those corpse kings were able to reach this part of the universe through it. Wuxia had not expected Lu Yin to be related to the final outcome. However, even if Lu Yin had not destroyed that scarlet vertical eye, the Eternals would have done the same thing. They had actually given up on the Starfall Sea and allowed Lu Yin to do whatever he wanted. However, because Lu Yin had attacked that giant scarlet vertical eye, the ancient god had been able to suppress the sovereign realm and force the corpse god down. No matter what, they will not give up on the undying god. 4 of the 7 sky gods came, and even the only true god made a move to crack the mother tree. The price they paid was too great, Wuxia replied. The two ended the call and the wireless goo vibrated again. This time it was the fog ancestor. Are you sure you saw Madman Lu? 4 of the 7 sky gods came. If Madman Lu really did betray humanity and is a redback, why didn't he make a move? The fog ancestor asked curiously. From start to finish, Lu Yin had not cared about the 7 sky gods, but rather Madman Lu. He had seen Madman Lu meet the ancient god while traveling through spacetime. Madman Lu had participated in the banishment of the Lu family and wanted to kill him, so he naturally thought that Madman Lu was a redback. Madman Lu would definitely make a move to rescue the undying god. So Lu Yin had informed the fog ancestor not to go all out and to keep an eye on Madman Lu. This was also the reason why the mist ancestor did not have much of a presence from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, even if the mist ancestor was not proficient in combat, she should have had a presence. She should have at least dealt with one of the 7 sky gods if she was delayed by an ancestor realm corpse king. The fog ancestor was also very sullen, but Lu Yin was right. Once Madman Lu made a move, the situation would change completely. She felt that she was the one with the greatest responsibility. But now that the undying god had been rescued and the 7 sky gods had been fighting very hard, Madman Lu had not made a move at all. He had even cooperated with the limitless energy formation to stop the Eternals. This was strange. I don't know what's going on either, but I'm sure that Madman Lu is a redback. He's connected to the ancient god and he might be plotting something bigger. Senior, you can't let your guard down, Lu Yin reminded. The fog ancestor snorted. Don't tell me that Madman Lu ambushed you and almost killed you, so you're using this opportunity to take revenge. Lu Yin solemnly replied, this concerns the safety of humanity. If I lie, I will never be able to step into the progenitor realm and will die under the origin tribulation. Alright, I'm not asking you to swear such a heavy oath. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. With that, she ended the call. Lu Yin frowned, as he would rather have Madman Lu make a move. With the fog ancestor's strength, she should be able to hold him back. However, Madman Lu had not made a move, which made Lu Yin uneasy. Chapter 24:18. If Madman Lu hadn't made a move in this situation, then either Lu Yin had been mistaken, or the person who had contacted the ancient gods wasn't Madman Lu. Madman Lu just hated the Lu family and wanted to kill them, not redback. Or he was plotting something so great that the ancient gods would rather give up on the undying god than expose him. The latter possibility sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin decided to treat his injuries first. Once he recovered, he would find the 4-way scales and lay his cards on the table with Madman Lu. He had to remove this nail. The nail in the 5th mainlands by Wuxian had already been removed. Even though Lu Yin didn't know who Bai Wuxian was and couldn't find the eternity list, his half-ancestor body was gone, and she couldn't do anything about it. He would definitely be able to find Bai Wuxian after sifting through the people around him. He tapped the die and it slowly spun. 6. Lu Yin was surprised to see 6 pips. His consciousness quickly appeared in that dark space, and there was a very bright ball of light around him. More importantly, this ball of light was extremely attractive to him, and he subconsciously knew that he had fused with it before. Such a bright ball of light should belong to a half-ancestor. Had he fused with a half-ancestor before? Lan Ho. Lu Yin had only fused with a half-ancestor once, and that was Lan Ho, one of the 12 marquises of the Eternals. Lu Yin quickly rushed over, as Lan Ho was too valuable. Not only did he want to know what the Eternals were planning, but he also wanted to see a parallel space through Lan Ho's memories. That giant scarlet eye made it clear to Lu Yin that the Eternals weren't unique to this space, and their battles weren't limited to this space. He had seen other parallel space battlefields through Lan Ho's memories and he wanted to see more. When he opened his eyes and looked down, he saw that his body was covered in wounds from Kuang Yin, Lan Ho, and the half-ancestor who had attacked the 5th formation base. Kuang Yin was indeed worthy of being called Kuangren. She fought without any regard for her own life, exchanging injury for injury with Lan Ho. In addition, she cooperated with Elder Qiu and Ru Ying, the 2 half-martial ancestors. Lan Ho suffered unspeakably. Even after half a day, Lan Ho was still unable to gain any advantage. Of course, Kuang Yin and the other 2 half-martial ancestors suffered heavier injuries. The heaviest injury on Marquis Lan's body did not come from Kuang Yin, but from Hen Exin. Hen Xian's Palm Realm battle aura combined with his empty God Realm domain not only suppressed the 12 Marquis who had attacked the 4th formation base, but also inflicted heavy injuries on him from afar. He was extremely difficult to deal with. Lu Yin had seen Lan Ho's memories and Hen Xian's attack. Perhaps Hen Exin was not far from breaking through to the ancestor realm. Lan Ho's memories continued to pour into Lu Yin's mind, and Lu Yin's expression changed. The 7 sky gods had all left, and the moment they left the sovereign realm, there was only one progenitor left on the backside of the battlefield, or rather in this part of space, and that was the other folk. It could be said that ever since the starry sky tree appeared, the Eternals had never been so empty, with only one progenitor left. When the 7 sky gods had left, Lan Ho had not been too far away, and he had seen it with his own eyes. They had left in a hurry, and since he had seen it, it meant that Lu Yin had seen it through his memories as well. "Mutant, you stay here." The alien was shocked. "The ancient god left me alone? Are you scared?" The Forgotten Ruins god asked disdainfully. Blacklist god coldly replied, "Don't worry. Ever since the Lu family disappeared, the humans in this part of space have not stepped foot on this land, let alone venturing deeper. You just have to stay here and guard the astral gate. There's no time to waste. Go. No one has the guts to fight us. Don't go looking for death, hee." The Forgotten Ruins god disappeared into the giant scarlet eye. Even the progenitor corpse kings left. Before the undying god left, he said, "Zhou Xian has an ability that allows him to control people. I heard that 2 of your disciples are in his hands. Don't let him use them." The alien looked around at his empty surroundings. Aside from Lan Ho and the other 12 marquises, there was not a single progenitor. He had no choice but to stay behind. This memory left a deep impression on Lan Ho, as this space had always been the Eternals' main battlefield. Several of the 7 sky gods had come from this space, especially during the era of the above heaven. The Eternals could only struggle at death's door in this space. Ever since the era of the above heaven, the humans had always been at a disadvantage, but this time they had finally gained the upper hand. After looking through this memory, Lu Yin knew what he had to do, and he quickly looked through Lan Ho's other memories. His consciousness reappeared in the dark space and then returned to his body. Lu Yin opened his eyes and they were filled with excitement. The Eternals had actually retreated, which meant that the humans had a chance. In Lan Ho's memories, even when the Lu family had been at its peak, they had only been able to invade the New World. There had been at least 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods guarding this space, and there had also been progenitor corpse kings. Although the Lu family had been strong back then, the Eternals' forces in this space had not been weak either. Now, this was the weakest the Eternals had ever been in this space since the era of the above heaven. They had been too confident that the humans would not be able to invade. This was indeed the case. The 4 scales, including Wuxia and the Fog Ancestor, had no intention of attacking the Eternals. They only wanted to protect the cosmic trees. The mother tree's crack had made them even more apprehensive. That's right, Lu Yin understood now. It was no wonder why the one true god had cracked the mother tree. Perhaps he had taken this step into consideration, causing the cosmic trees to be apprehensive and only think of defense. Unfortunately, they had not expected Lu Yin to know about this, which had sealed the fate of the Eternals in this space. Lu Yin tapped his finger again. No matter what he wanted to do, he had to heal his injuries first, as he had been in a withered state this entire time. He looked at the 2 screens and shook his head. There was no point. Again for pips. Lu Yin exhaled and entered the time-stop space. Not only could he heal in the time-stop space, but he could also roll his die for 2 pips and start dissecting those strange ancestral weapons. As he thought about this, he started to roll his die while healing his injuries. 1 year had passed in the time-stop space, but only a second had passed in the outside world. Lu Yin stood up, walked out of the metal box and mounted the hellworm. "Let's go, cosmic trees." The hellworm roared and leaped out of the astral river, its enormous body heading towards the technocracy. Humans and the Eternals had been fighting for far too many years, from the era of the above heaven to the era of the Daoist sect. Humans understood the Eternals, but the Eternals understood humans even more. The 7 sky gods had confirmed that the cosmic trees did not dare to invade the new continent, and the truth was just as they had guessed. Regardless of whether it was the 4-way scales, Wuxia, the Fog ancestor, the Nong family, or the Lu family, none of them had any thoughts of invading the new continent. This included all of the cultivators in the cosmic trees, as they only wanted to defend the battlefield behind them. More importantly, the mother tree had cracked and everyone was worried. Lu Yin arrived at the cosmic trees, mounted the hellworm and charged towards the Wang family's continent. The hellworm's shadow covered the entire continent, shocking all of the Wang family's cultivators. Wang Jing clenched his fists. "What are you doing, Zhou Xian?" He did not believe that Lu Yin would dare to attack the Wang family at this time, but the hellworm's attitude was rather unfriendly. Lu Yin looked down at the Wang family's continent and then looked up at the ruler's realm. "Come down and talk. I have something important to discuss." "Zhou Xian, why have you come to the Wang family?" Wang Fan asked, but he did not appear. Lu Yin frowned. "Are you afraid of the 7 sky gods? You don't even dare to come out of the ruler's realm? Impudent. Zhou Xian, we're still your seniors." Xianxia shouted. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Don't worry, I'll burn incense for you in the future." "All right, Zhou Xian, what's the matter? The Eternals are not any less intelligent than us humans. Although it seems like the war has ended, it could be one of their schemes." "We can't be careless," Bai Zhe said. Lu Yin's expression changed and he transmitted his voice into the ruler's realm. He did not let everyone hear him and only a few progenitors could hear him. "I want to invade the new continent." Bai Wang Yuan and the others were stunned. "What did you say?" "Invade the new continent," Lu Yin repeated. Xianxia shook his head and sneered. "Zhou Xian, do you really think that the Eternals are brainless? We're all worried that the Eternals might take advantage of the gap in the war to make us careless and launch a counterattack, but you actually want to walk right into their trap? The Eternals have more than one battlefield in this space. Gentlemen, let's not beat around the bush. I'm sure you all know this," Lu Yin said. Bai Wang Yuan and the others did not interrupt. "Let's cut to the chase. I'm confident that the 7 sky gods are not in this space, and this is a rare opportunity. If we don't invade the new continent and destroy that giant scarlet eye, we won't have such a good opportunity once the Eternals recover from the other battlefields," Lu Yin said. "You're underestimating them." "I'm not underestimating them. You're the ones who overestimate them. When the Lu family was still around, the Eternals had at least 2 7 sky gods, but the Lu family was still able to invade the new continent. If the Eternals truly have the power to completely surpass our space, then they could easily suppress the 7 sky gods. No one would be their match. I already said this when I decided to open the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Bai Wang Yuan, you haven't forgotten, have you? The mother tree has cracked, and if there's another war, the infinite kinetic energy might run into problems. That's why I want to eliminate the Eternals' power in this space once and for all." Wang Fan was puzzled. "Zhou Xian, you keep talking about this space. What exactly do you know?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "I know as much as you do." Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances. The Mist Ancestor's voice rang out. "Tell me what you know." "How laughable. Even I don't know. What's going on?" Her tone changed. "And you, Lu brat. Speak. What's going on?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "Senior, how could you not know about parallel spaces?" "Why must I know?" the Mist Ancestor asked. Lu Yin did not understand. The Mist Ancestor was from 9 mountains and 8 seas, so how could she not know about the Eternals' battles in other parallel spaces? If she did not know, then did that mean that 9 mountains and 8 seas did not know about it either? Then how did Bai Wang Yuan and the others know? Also, did those people from above heaven know? Lu Yin fell silent as he waited for Bai Wang Yuan and the others to answer. Bai Wangyuan's voice rang out. There are countless parallel spaces in the universe, and some people are lucky enough to enter a parallel space. Even a hunter might be able to do so, but it's impossible for them to return. They have to rely on luck, and the chances of that happening are less than 1 in a billion. Only the Eternals have coordinates, and they can locate all of the parallel spaces. No matter how high one's cultivation is, if one does not have the ability to locate spatial coordinates, then it's impossible to travel between 2 parallel spaces. There are some parallel spaces where the same people live, and this is something that no one can explain. Perhaps only the universe's creator can explain it. Chapter 24:19. Enough with the nonsense. When did you find out about this? How much do you know about the Eternals' parallel battlefields? The mist ancestor was irascible. Wang Fan replied, We only knew about it, but we couldn't interfere because we don't have the ability to travel between parallel spaces. Shui, you're from 9 mountains and 8 seas, so you should know how difficult it is to do so. This has nothing to do with battle power, and even the 3 realms and 6 Daoists from the above sky sect couldn't do it. Perhaps the primogenitor could. Xianxia said, Since ancient times, there have only been a few people who know about this, and perhaps only the primogenitors have the ability to travel through parallel universes like the Eternals. We can't influence the battles in other parallel universes, so telling you this is meaningless. Lu Yin replied, How could it be meaningless? Although we don't know about the battles in other parallel spaces, it doesn't stop us from making inferences based on the Eternals' reactions. For example, 4 of the 7 sky gods came to save 1 undying god, which means that they don't have any strength left in the other parallel battlefields. After such a long delay, they must be in a hurry to deal with the other battlefields. How is this different from me opening the entrance to the Starfall Sea to share the pressure in the Astral Tree battlefield? You're too cowardly. I already said that if we attack the new continent, they won't have the time to deal with the other parallel battlefields. This is our only chance to completely drive the Eternals out of this space. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult in the future. Who can guarantee that there won't be any sky gods trapped in the future? Xianxia barked. Zhou Xian, can you bear the consequences? If this is the Eternals' plan to lure us out, then we won't have unlimited power. Even if 1 or 2 of us die, it will be a threat to this space's defenses. So you want to be cowards forever? Protect this tiny piece of land? Lu Yin retorted. Bai Wangyuan sighed. There are billions of lives in the Astral Tree battlefield. Who will bear the consequences for them? If we had this awareness, we wouldn't have gone against the Lu family, Wuxia interrupted. Bai Wangyuan and the others were speechless. This was human selfishness. They had succeeded, but they had also failed. With the disappearance of the Lu clan, the sky above them was gone. However, they had never thought about who would cover the starry sky for them. The starry sky was very dark. Lu Yin looked up at the ruler's realm. It looks like you guys won't be able to attack the new world. Since that's the case. He controlled the Hellworm to head towards the battlefield at the back. I'll take the 4th formation base and kill my way out. There was no absolute right or wrong in such matters. If Bai Wangyuan and the others were as certain as Lu Yin that there was only 1 mutant left behind by the Eternals in this region of space, then they would definitely have dared to kill their way out. In fact, they would have been impatient to kill their way out so that they could surpass the Lu family. However, they could not be certain, and it was even more impossible for them to trust Lu Yin. This was because, in the depths of their hearts, Lu Yin and the Eternals were enemies. It was normal for Lu Yin to adopt a conservative strategy since he was unsure of the Eternals' movements. Lu Yin had only dared to charge out because he was certain of the Eternals' movements. Otherwise, charging into the new world alone would be tantamount to suicide. It seems like Zhou Xian is really going to attack the new world, said Wang Fan. Is he so sure that the Eternals won't be able to take care of this place? If he wants to go, then let him go. He wants to prove the might of the Lu family by attacking the new continent. He won't go too far, Dragon Ancestor said. Xiaoxinji's eyes narrowed. I actually hope that he'll go deep into the new world. Everyone fell silent. From what they knew, the Eternal's strength was unfathomable. Lu Yin would definitely encounter powerhouses if he went deep into the new world, such as a progenitor realm corpse king or the 7 sky gods. If Lu Yin died in the new world, then that would be the best outcome for them. They would not be able to stop Lu Yin from attacking the new world. The moment Lu Yin reached the 4th base of the battlefield, Wuxia's voice rang out. No matter what happens after you attack the New World, if the fifth mainland cannot defend the fourth base, then the previous agreement will be voided. Furthermore, you will be the one to break the agreement. The four-side scale will not accommodate you for any reason. Have you thought this through? Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. I know, senior brother. I've asked the Fog Ancestor to keep an eye on Madman Lu. Now is not the time to fall out with him, or else we might not be able to do anything to the New World. If we really do encounter a strong enemy, then I'll have to trouble senior brother to provide support for me. You're not confident? Wuxia asked. Lu Yin raised his head. This is war. Even though the 7 sky gods had left this region of space, that did not mean that they could not return. It was just a matter of time. Just as Lu Yin had said to Bai Wangyuan and the others, the 7 sky gods had left in such a hurry that their battle in the parallel space was likely to be at a disadvantage. If they wanted to salvage the situation, then it would take them a long time. Thus, even if they wanted to come back, it would take at least a month or even longer. However, some things could not be absolute. Attacking the New World was a risk, and it was a risk that they would most likely not take. However, this was war, and there was no such thing as absolute safety. The four-side scale had exiled the Lu family, and they were deeply rooted in the astral tree domain. There were some risks that had to be taken if Lu Yin wanted to move them, and there were also some things that had to be done. The 5 array bases had just experienced a battle to the death with the Eternals. Lu Yin rode the caged WM and arrived. Behind him he had already found the general appointment platform, and it slowly floated there. Its enormous might shook the battlefield behind him. Everyone at the 5 array bases looked at the caged WM. They could not see Lu Yin, but they could see its enormous body. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the entire 4th array base. Defend because the enemy is strong. Offense is my forte, and I've just experienced a battle with the Eternals. Let me ask you, are you afraid? At the 4th array base, Lu Xianjun, the Heavenly Sin Army, the Astral Beast Army, and the Cultivators and Astral Beasts all looked up. No. Someone shouted. No. No. More and more people shouted, and more Astral Beasts roared. They were afraid of the caged WM, but it was now on their side. Even if it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, it was incomparably tyrannical. So what? It would not attack them. Lu Yin's gaze was icy. You've all walked out of blood and fire. Regardless of whether we were once friends or foes, we now have a common enemy, and that is those monsters. I can tell you that they do not belong to our region of the universe. They are outsiders who want to exterminate and enslave us. We have always been at a disadvantage, but at this moment they have been defeated and have been forced back by us. If I ask you to accompany me out of the array bases and attack the New World, will you be afraid? No. Many of the cultivators shouted without hesitation. Lu Yin stood on the caged WM's head and pointed at the other 4 array bases. They don't dare, but we do. They say that we are an abandoned land, so let us open a path for them. Let them know what an abandoned land is and that we are their ancestral land. Kill. 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 Everyone else. At the 4 array bases, countless cultivators' faces turned green when they heard Lu Yin's words. Quan Yen roared, Xia Yan clenched his fists, Bai Qi's gaze was gloomy, and Wang Sun stepped forward, unable to hold back his anger. They had been guarding the back of the battlefield for so many years. When had they ever been afraid? Did they need others to open a path for them? Even in their dreams they wanted to attack the New World. Elder Chan smiled bitterly. Lu Yin's words were too offensive, but he did not care. Lu Yin's target was not the 4 who had fought the Eternals to the death, but rather the 4 cardinal scales. He was mocking the 4 cardinal scales. If he had to take this risk, then he would have to reap the rewards. Regardless of whether or not he could defeat the Eternals, his name would surpass everyone else in the 5th mainland and the Astral Tree realm. He would become the beacon of hope for the future of humanity, the light that could counterattack the Eternals. 5th mainland kill. Lu Yin roared. The caged WM bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged out of the 4th array base, charging towards the New World. Elder Chan, Hen Xen, 9 luminaries, and the Yao Emperor all charged out, followed by Lu Xianjun, the Heavenly Sin Army, and the Astral Beast Army. The cultivators all charged out of the 4th array base, and under the support of a half-martial ancestor's inner world, they headed towards the New World, a land that humans had not set foot on for decades. This scene caused the blood of the remaining 4 array bases to boil. They had dreamed of setting foot on the New World. They had been able to do so when the Lu family was still around, but after their disappearance, they had thought that they would never be able to do so. They had not expected Lu Xiaoshuan's appearance to once again ignite this path. They longed to charge down and fight in the New World to reclaim the human lands. Xia Yan immediately asked Xia Shunji for help, while Wang Sun, Bai Qi and Kuang Yan all asked the ancestors for help as they charged out of the array bases. Bai Wang Yuan and the others watched this scene with gloomy expressions. They had underestimated the significance of heading towards the New World. This was a new chapter and it meant that humanity could counterattack. Regardless of whether Lu Xiaoxian succeeded or failed in the end, he had won and his name would be resplendent in history. News of Lu Yin leading the 4th array base to the New World also spread to the top of the astral tree realm. This was Kuei Luo's contribution and Lu Yin wanted to become famous. He wanted the Lu surname to become a religion once again. It might not be of much use in the short term, but it could pave the way for the future just like how the 5th pagoda had helped the 5th continent. The 5th pagoda had played an important role in Lu Yin becoming a Dao disciple. There were cities and people in the New World, but they were all being transformed just like the Eternal Kingdom. The Hellworm's enormous body landed on the New World, and the first thing Lu Yin saw was not the endless horde of corpse kings, but greed. He frowned and looked at the large metal pieces below the array base that were twisting and devouring the flesh of the corpse kings, allowing the Hellworm to grab them. Greed had no intelligence, only instinct. It was not afraid of the Hellworm and wanted to devour its flesh, but it was easily torn apart by the Hellworm's claws. Be careful, don't mess around, Lu Yin scolded. The prison flood dragon smashed into the city closest to the array base with a boom, trampling many corpse kings to death. The ground was opened up and tens of thousands of people were being transformed. Some of them seemed to have just been transported here while others had almost been transformed. A corpse king tore through the void and ambushed Lu Yin, but he did not even look at it before it was smashed to pieces by the Hellworm's tail. Corpse kings had one advantage and that was that they were not afraid of the Hellworm's aura. Chapter 24:20. Behind them, the cultivators of the 4th array base stepped onto the new continent under the protection of the half-progenitor's inner world and began to clear out the scattered corpse kings. Be careful, the Eternals are unfathomable. They have progenitors and the 12 Marquises. Those guys aren't easy to deal with, Elder Chan warned. Lu Yin nodded. Senior, don't split up too much in case of accidents. We can retreat at any time. I know, Elder Chan replied. This city had already been overturned, so Lu Yin left it to Elder Chan and the others. Lu Yin had the Hellworm continue towards the depths of the new continent. He wanted to destroy that giant scarlet eye so that the Eternals could no longer keep bringing corpse kings over. However, this might not eliminate the possibility of the 7 sky gods coming over. The Eternals controlled the coordinates of this space, so it wouldn't be difficult for the 7 sky gods to come over. Although he couldn't eliminate the 7 sky gods or progenitors, it was still good enough to cause the Eternals to lose a giant scarlet eye. The corpse god had come recklessly when the giant scarlet eye on the 5th continent had been attacked, which proved that this eye was extremely valuable. The Hellworm rushed towards the depths of the new continent, destroying all the cities he saw along the way. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the mother tree was getting further and further away. This was the Eternal's vision of the astral tree, and the mother tree was blood red. Lu Yin still couldn't figure out how such a huge existence like the mother tree had grown. It had even separated the humans from the Eternals, so how long would it take for the sapling to grow to such a level? Suddenly Lu Yin looked into the distance. He sensed the aura of a half-progenitor in his domain, and it might be one of the 12 Marquises. He ordered the Hellworm to attack and it raised a claw and slapped in that direction. The void was completely torn apart as the shockwaves tore through the ground and extended into the distance. Under the pressure of the progenitor's power, the corpse kings along the way were all crushed into pools of blood. A figure rushed out from a corner of the abandoned city and transformed into countless black centipede-like insects that spread out in all directions. It really was one of the 12 Marquises. Lon Marquis remembered that this fellow was one of the 12 Marquises and had an innate gift called the leeches. These centipede-like creatures were black with deep red mouthparts and were extremely poisonous. This fellow had always been a headache for the 5 great array bases. His leeches were too poisonous and just a touch would cause one to be poisoned to death. Moreover, it was a painful death. Throughout history he had caused countless deaths to the 5 great array bases. Among the 12 Marquises, The number of deaths he had caused to the 5 great array bases was enough to rank him in the top 3. In the battle just now he had also acted, causing countless deaths. He was worth Lu Yin stopping for a moment. Countless centipede-like creatures flew in all directions, emitting a horrifying sound of joints. Their crimson mouths reflected light from time to time, making one's hair stand on end. Prison Flood Dragon raised its claws and slashed down. With a hong sound, the earth split into pieces and the void collapsed. Countless cracks spread out and could be seen even from the 5 great formation bases. When the Prison Flood Dragon raised its claws, the countless ants were swallowed by the spatial crack. Not a single one was left, and they were all trampled to death before they were swallowed. One of the 12 Marquises, an opponent that had given Starry Tree a headache for many years, had been annihilated just like that. This was a progenitor, and the Prison Flood Dragon was too close to him. He couldn't even escape, and his strength was ranked near the bottom of the 12 Marquises. It was only because his methods were too strange that he had been able to cause so much damage. After dealing with this fellow, Lu Yin continued to ride the Prison Flood Dragon. He headed deeper into the new continent. One city after another was torn apart by the Prison Flood Dragon, followed by the Yao Emperor and Hen Exin. They were in charge of dealing with the Corpse Kings. Behind them were Elder Chan and 9 luminaries, who were responsible for keeping an eye on the cultivators so that the inner world could take them away at any time. As Lu Yin ventured deeper into the new continent, strange stars began to appear above his head. They were the 7 stars of the outer realm. One of them was green, which was Xianxia. Another was hazy and beautiful like a veil covering it. It was called the 100 Flowers Star. There was also a planet that looked like an eye and was filled with vitality. It was called the Eye Star, and there was also a triangular planet called the Broken Star. Lu Yin looked up and stared at them vigilantly, worried that a bad omen would appear. However, the bad omen did not appear. Instead, the stars that had appeared attacked the new continent. The Eternals had sent Red back deep into the Cosmic Tree Domain, so he had a good understanding of it. In fact, the Cosmic Tree Domain had not been defended in vain. Ever since the era of the Daoist sect, the Lu family for Wei Libra, and the others had been investigating the Eternals, and they had a good understanding of the various cities in the new continent. These attacks from the outer realm were not only aimed at the new continent, but they also served as coordinates for the 4th array base, allowing them to know where the Corpse Kings were, where the cities were, and where the powerful enemies were. Half a day later, Lu Yin frowned when he saw the rain of flowers from 100 Flowers Star. He looked into the distance. 100 Flowers Star was too far away, and it did not pose much of a threat to him. However, it would be hard to say if it attracted the attention of a half-progenitor from the Cosmic Tree Domain. The other Marquises did the same. Wang Xiaoyu was not targeted by anyone, but she also headed deeper into the new continent. The 12 Marquises all scattered, as this was the first time that they had experienced such a revolution in the new continent. Lu Yin discovered another 12 Marquis, but he had not discovered them with his domain. The Prison Flood Dragon was a fool, so he would not actively search for them. Instead, that 12 Marquis had exposed himself. He heard laughter in the new continent. Laughter? That was too strange. This was the new continent, a place filled with death and despair. Corpse Kings did not know how to laugh, and normal people would not laugh here either, so where had the laughter come from? Lu Yin found the source of the laughter, and it turned out to be a 12 Marquis. This person was also in Lan Ho's memories, but Lu Yin had only skimmed through them and had not paid much attention to them. He had been too busy searching through his memories of the parallel battlefield, and now he finally remembered. This 12 Marquis had an innate gift that allowed him to call out the wails of the dead. He used his laughter to replace the air and everything that he saw, forming the faces of the dead. It was rather strange and terrifying, and although it had not caused as many deaths as the previous one, it had left the cultivators of the 5 array bases with a psychological shadow. Most of the cultivators who had returned to the Cosmic Tree Domain had not been able to shake off this shadow because of this 12 Marquis. Since he had been discovered, he could not escape, and he became a ghost under the Prison Flood Dragon's claws. Along the way, Lu Yin had already destroyed 2 12 Marquises, but there were still many left. The one he wanted to find the most was Lan Ho, as he could merge with him and learn all of his memories. Previously, he had only been able to merge with Enhance because Lan Ho was a half-progenitor, so it would not take too long. Another one was Wang Xiaoyu, as Lu Yin wanted to know what had happened between her and progenitor Chen. However, he had yet to find a single one. Strange. Through his domain, Lu Yin discovered that the corpse kings were all heading in the same direction. There were even emissaries among them, and there was even a half-progenitor corpse king heading in the same direction. Lu Yin's domain's range was extremely large and it constantly extended outwards. He found it strange that he did not attack. It was strange, so he had the prison flood dragon head in that direction as well. Not long after, within his domain, he saw corpse kings jump into the ground and disappear. Beneath the ground, the void was rippling out in layers. If one did not look carefully, they would not have been discovered. They were parallel to the ground and the surroundings were ruins. Lu Yin stared at that area. Could that be the connection between the upper three gates and the new continent? Throughout the entire new continent, there were only two ways that a corpse king could escape. One was the giant scarlet vertical eye, and the other was the entrance to the upper three gates, which allowed them to escape to the Starfall Sea. The prison flood dragon roared and swept out with its claws, tearing apart the area around the entrance to the upper three gates. With the eruption of progenitor's power, no corpse king dared to head in that direction again. Lu Yin landed and looked down. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed the connection between the upper three gates and the new continent. When the Sea King had shattered the upper three gates, this region of space had been connected to the fifth mainland. After the Eternals had taken over the Starfall Sea, they had used the upper three gates to reach this place. From that moment onwards, the pressure on the battlefield on the other side had increased dramatically. Lu Yin looked back at the 5 formation bases. This place was so far away from them, so how had Xianxia come here? He looked around. No matter how it had been in the past, after decades of changes, this place was completely different from before. If he had come here when the Sea King had shattered the upper three gates, he might have been able to find out how Xianxia had come here. Now, however, that was impossible. This place was a realm point and it was equivalent to completely reclaiming the Starfall Sea. Next up was the entire new continent. Lu Yin had led the 4th formation base to dominate the new continent, and even 3 of the 12 marquises had died. Lu Yin had killed one and the other had been killed by Hen Xian and the Yao Emperor. The other 4 formation bases were truly anxious. The battlefield on the other side had its own competition, and one's position was the formation base. No matter what the outside world thought, the 4th formation base had completely surpassed the other 4. Lu Yin had even said that they wouldn't dare, which caused the other 4 formation bases to grit their teeth. They had been in the battlefield on the other side for so many years, but they had been looked down upon by the abandoned lands. This was unacceptable. In the ruler's realm, the dragon ancestor said in a low voice, "Zhou Xian has already entered the new continent. It doesn't matter if the 7 sky gods appear or what happens to him. If we don't act now, we'll become a laughingstock. If we fall for the Eternals' trap and lose the battlefield on the other side, the entire human race will lose," Bai Wangyuan said solemnly. If the Eternals wanted to use a trap, they wouldn't have waited until now. The mother tree has split open and will be even more cautious. "We won't fall for their trap," Wang Fan said. Bai Wangyuan raised his hand, and Bai Xian'er's image appeared on the Cloud Connect stone. "What is it, Xian'er?" Bai Xian'er calmly looked at Bai Wangyuan. "Ancestor Zhou Xian won't court death." These simple words struck Bai Wangyuan like a bolt of lightning. He put away the Cloud Connect stone and said, "Attack." Very quickly, roars filled the 5 formation bases as the divine martial sword region descended upon the new continent. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, Xia Shenji, and the dragon ancestor all attacked together. Xia Yan and the rest brought their cultivators out from their inner worlds and charged towards the new continent. Lu Yin turned back. "You finally can't take it anymore? Then let's go together and chase the Eternals out." With a resolute gaze he said, "Helldrake, charge." The battlefield on the other side had never been so exciting before. The 5 formation bases all stepped onto the new continent and charged towards the depths of the new continent, slaughtering their way towards the various cities. The 4-way balance's ancestor also charged towards the depths of the new continent. Chapter 24-21. Lu Yin represented the 5th mainland while the forefather of the 4 cardinal scales represented the astral tree. This meant that, regardless of whether they had been enemies or not, the humans were united for the first time in the face of the threat of the everlasting race. The Lu family had once controlled the 5th mainland and faced the 7 sky gods in the new continent. Both sides had been at the peak and it had been difficult to determine who was better. Now it seemed like the humans were at a disadvantage, but Lu Yin had suddenly risen up and led the humans on the path to counterattack the everlasting race. Bai Wangyuan now regretted not attacking immediately and leaving his name in history. Lu Yin's name would forever be resplendent. Lu Yin did not want to leave his name in history, nor did he want to die. He just wanted to find the giant scarlet eye and destroy it. The eye was in the deepest part of the new continent, which was connected to the other continents behind the mother tree. Beyond the new continent was the starry sky, a place that was completely foreign to Lu Yin. The eye was at the intersection between the starry sky and the new continent, and with the Helldrake's speed he could reach it very quickly. There was only one mutant left in the new continent, and now that Lu Yin had joined forces with the forefather of the four cardinal scales, the mutant would not be able to stop them as long as he was not stupid. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The eye was at the intersection between the new continent and the starry sky. The mutant looked towards the north, but he could not stop them. The seven sky gods had clearly said that the people of this region would not be able to attack the new continent, but not only had they attacked, but they had also come in full force. Even two of the seven sky gods would be useless against such a force, let alone the mutant. He saw the Helldrake's huge body rapidly approaching and knew that it was Lu Yin. The more dazzling you are, the more miserable your death will be. Lu Yin, I'll wait for the day you die, the mutant said unwillingly before turning around and disappearing into the eye. 12 marquises had already entered before him, and they were not like ordinary corpse kings. They had their own thoughts and were not completely unafraid of death. Lu Yin had already seen the eye, and he also saw the dark starry sky in the distance. Although it was not as bright as the fifth mainland starry sky, it was still a starry sky and a completely foreign one at that. Behind him, Bai Wangyuan and a few others were rapidly approaching. They knew what Lu Yin was trying to do and they wanted to destroy the giant scarlet vertical eye before Lu Yin did. The glory of driving away the Eternals should not belong to the Lu family. The Helldrake was getting closer and closer and Lu Yin also saw it. Suddenly the caged flood dragon stopped. It remembered that it had attracted the monster by attacking this thing. It was afraid now. Because the hellworm had stopped, Lu Yin had almost been flung away. He was furious. Idiot charge. The prison flood dragon looked around in fear, fearing that the zombie god would appear. Lu Yin looked behind him and he knew that Bai Wangyuan and the rest were getting closer and closer. He grew anxious and took out his slippers. Charge. At this moment the wireless goo vibrated but Lu Yin ignored it. He raised his slipper and slapped the prison drake. With his speed, Bai Wangyuan and the rest would definitely overtake him. Only the prison drake could reach the giant scarlet eye before them and give Lu Yin a chance to shatter it. The wireless goo continued to vibrate and so did the cloud connection rock. The prison dragon was whipped a few times by Lu Yin, but it continued to dilly-dally charge towards the huge scarlet vertical eye. A figure appeared in front of Lu Yin. It was an old man with a benevolent face and scarlet eyes. He held a teacup in his hand as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. The 12 marquises? The old man was one of the 12 marquises. He had returned to this place after the previous battle. He had a chance to leave through the scarlet vertical eye but he had not. I'm the West Mountain Tea King, a direct descendant of the Lu family. I've tried to kill you before. Lu Yin frowned as he did not remember this person. The person who had tried to kill him was probably referring to himself from Lu Xiaoshuan's era. You're courting death. He then ordered the prison drake to attack as he did not have time to waste with this old man. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were about to catch up, and he had to be the first to shatter the scarlet vertical eye. Muddy stratagem, the West Mountain Tea King said. Lu Yin's movements suddenly paused and he stared at the old man. What did you say? The West Mountain Tea King looked at Lu Yin. Muddy stratagem has been activated and the fifth mainland is in danger. Direct descendant of the Lu family, someone should be contacting you right now. Lu Yin took out the wireless goo, which had been vibrating non-stop since the beginning. He hurriedly connected the call. Something big has happened. Everyone's star energy and astral sources have reversed, and all cultivators have been heavily injured. Lu Bujing sent a message. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and his expression changed as he looked up at the West Mountain Tea King. At that moment the astral sources in his body suddenly reversed, and all four of them began to flow in reverse. He hurriedly suppressed them with his death aura. He could rely on his death aura, but what about the others? A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind and he looked at the West Mountain Tea King. It's that drop of liquid. The West Mountain Tea King replied, I don't know. My mission is to make a deal with you. My everlasting tribe will stop muddy stratagem and allow the fifth mainland to return to normal. In return you will not act against the Stargate. That giant scarlet vertical eye is the Stargate? Lu Yin was puzzled. The West Mountain Tea King replied, that's right. This condition is beneficial to you. Don't forget that the ones who will benefit the most from the everlasting tribe's disappearance are not you, but your mortal enemies. Without us holding them back, how will you deal with them when muddy stratagem has been activated? Behind him, Bai Wangyuan and the rest were already closing in on him. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even if I agree they won't. In any case, the Stargate must not be destroyed. What you do is up to you, son of the Lu family. You were able to reach an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales once, so you can do it a second time. This is the condition that the everlasting tribe is giving you. Muddy stratagem is extremely important to the everlasting tribe, but in exchange muddy stratagem will not be destroyed. You should rejoice. If we had not fought here, the fifth mainland would have been completely destroyed when muddy stratagem was activated, and its cultivation civilization would have come to an end. If you destroy the Stargate, we'll leave. You're finished as well. Humans should be more selfish. Lu Yin closed his eyes. He could feel the strength of the astral sources reversing in his body. If it was like this for him, then it would be even more so for the others. It was difficult for the death aura to suppress the reversing astral sources. He looked at the wireless goo and the cloud connect stone, which were both vibrating. People were constantly trying to contact him. There was no time to think and Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Progenitor rune lines enveloped the West Mountain Tea King and weakened him. The West Mountain Tea King was shocked. Son of the Lu family. Lu Yin barked, charge. The hellworm swiped out with its claw. The West Mountain Tea King had the strength of a half-ancestor, and if he fought head-on he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qing Ping. In other words, he could fight against an ordinary progenitor with the strength of a half-ancestor. If Lu Yin was in a hurry, he might be able to escape from the hellworm's attack. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to be so decisive as to directly attack him. The progenitor rune lines were weakened while the hellworm attacked. No half-ancestor would be able to dodge this attack, not even Qing Ping. After all, a half-ancestor was still a half-ancestor. The West Mountain Tea King had been torn to shreds by the hellworm's sharp claws. Lu Yin did not even have the time to call out a general, and he did not want to do so either. The hellworm charged towards the giant scarlet vertical eye under Lu Yin's threat, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin then summoned Yiqi and tossed out the slipper. In the distance, Bai Wangyuan, Xiaxinji, Wang Fan and the dragon ancestor had all arrived. They watched as Yiqi swatted the slipper down, and with a bang the giant scarlet vertical eye split open. Everyone stared at the scarlet vertical eye that had split open with shock. Yiqi raised the slipper and swatted it down a second time. This time the giant eye was completely smashed to pieces. The fragments slowly fell to the ground, reflecting the light. They were dark red and the entire new world fell silent. Countless corpse kings seemed to sense something and they all stopped moving. The Eternals aren't undefeatable, Lu Yin said as he looked back at Bai Wangyuan and the others. He then connected to the cloud connection stone. On the other end of the stone was Hen Exin. Everyone's star energy and astral sources are reversing. We can't stay in the new world any longer. There's a problem. Lu Yin answered, it's not the new world. It's the fifth mainland. Through the cloud connection stone, Lu Yin saw the cultivators from the fifth mainland sitting cross-legged on the ground. Their faces were pale and their blood had dyed the ground red. They were clearly heavily injured and even Hen Exin had blood at the corner of his mouth. The fifth mainland? What does that mean? Hen Exin had a bad premonition. Lu Yin closed the cloud connection stone. The Eternal's chaotic stratagem had been activated. Master, the chaotic stratagem that you've been searching for has appeared. Just as you guessed, it's the Eternal's plan to deal with the humans. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stop it before it was activated and I couldn't even detect it. He would not agree to West Mountain Tea King's request to help the Eternals protect the giant scarlet vertical eye, as the 4 cardinal scales would definitely turn against him. This was no longer just a matter of grudges but also betrayal. If he betrayed them, the 4 cardinal scales would label him as a traitor and he would be finished. Even if the Eternals kept their promise and abandoned the chaotic stratagem to restore the Fifth Mainland, what would the Fifth Mainland be without him? This was not Lu Yin being arrogant, but he was the only person in the Fifth Mainland who could speak directly to the four cardinal scales. If something happened to him, the Cosmic Tree Realm's attitude towards the Fifth Mainland would definitely change. This was not much different from using the chaotic stratagem. Furthermore, Lu Yin knew that he could not sacrifice himself for the sake of the chaotic stratagem. With Bai Wangyuan and the others closing in, the only thing he could do was destroy the giant scarlet vertical eye. As for the chaotic stratagem, he could only think of other ways. If something happened to the Fifth Mainland, then anyone who had cultivated there and absorbed energy would be in trouble, including those who had entered the Cosmic Tree Realm. The war in the new continent had come to an end for the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin ordered the Yao Emperor to bring the cultivators of the Fourth Formation base back. If the chaotic stratagem was not resolved, then the Fifth Mainland would be finished. Now he looked down at the ground and the fragments on the ground. If he remembered correctly, the thing that had melted the Cosmic Tree Realm was the giant scarlet vertical eye from the Starfall Sea. So what was the use of these fragments? What? How did this happen? Wang Fan was shocked and looked at Lu Yin. Bai Wangyuan and the others received the news one by one, and they exchanged glances before looking at Lu Yin. They already knew what had happened to the Fifth Mainland, but they did not understand what had happened to the entire Fifth Mainland's cultivators. Or more accurately, the cultivators who had been to the Fifth Mainland, to reverse their star energy and astral sources. Such a thing had never happened before. Chapter 24-22. What's going on, Lu Xiaoxian? Xiaxinji asked sternly as everyone stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin landed on the ground and calmly looked at the fragments. The Eternals' plan is to use liquid to devour the astral source universe and then release the astral source and star energy. There's a problem with this newly absorbed astral source and star energy. You know about it? Bai Wangyuan raised his brows. Lu Yin remained indifferent. The Eternals want to use this plan in exchange for not destroying their astral door, but... He paused and then looked at the four. Can I agree? They all stared at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. Could he agree? How could he? Even if Lu Yin agreed, they would not agree. Destroying that giant scarlet eye meant that the Eternals would not be able to replenish their endless supply of corpse kings. From how nervous they were about that eye, it was obvious that it was very rare and not easy to create. Even if they could locate this space and bring back another giant scarlet eye, the Eternals would still suffer a great loss. Under such circumstances, how could they give up this opportunity for the sake of an abandoned land? There was too little time and they did not know how powerful the Eternals' plan was. Perhaps this situation would only last for a short period of time, or perhaps it really could destroy the Fifth Mainland's cultivation civilization. Lu Yin did not expect to get an answer from these people, as there would only be one answer. They would not compromise. He lowered his gaze and looked at the fragments of the scarlet vertical eyes again. Bai Wangyuan and the others landed as well. All of a sudden, the fragments melted and turned into a red streak of light that shot towards his heart under Lu Yin's astonished gaze. No one had expected this to happen. Lu Yin had not expected this, and neither had Bai Wangyuan and the others. All they saw was a streak of red light shooting towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body was sent flying into the distance before crashing to the ground. The caged WRM's head looked in the direction that Lu Yin had been sent flying, and it was filled with confusion. Bai Wangyuan and the others looked at each other fearfully, and then their figures flashed to where Lu Yin had been sent flying. They saw Lu Yin lying on the ground with a pained expression on his face. His chest had almost been pierced through, and there was an unfathomably deep gorge in the ground. Cough cough. Lu Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at his chest. Fresh blood had dyed his clothes red. He hadn't expected the scarlet eye fragments to take the initiative to attack him. Wuxia had just arrived and he squatted in front of Lu Yin to help him up. What happened? Lu Yin clutched his chest in confusion. Senior brother, why are you here? It's nothing, just a superficial wound. Wuxia looked at Lu Yin's chest. The wound was very deep and it could even be said that it had been pierced through. However, this sort of injury was not enough to kill Lu Yin as there was no residual energy. Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief and looked up into space. Lu Yin followed his gaze and his gaze froze. The Calamity Star had appeared and its crimson light was glaring. It was no wonder why Wuxia had come. He had been keeping an eye on the Nightmare Star, and the gradual appearance of the nightmare star had forced him to stay close to Lu Yin in order to protect him. "He won't attack me right now, will he?" Lu Yin sneered. He didn't look at Nightmare Star but rather at Bai Wangyuan and the others. He didn't mention that Madman Lu was a redback, as they wouldn't believe him unless he had proof. Wuxia's expression was solemn. "With me here, there's no point in attacking." Lu Yin coughed again. "Senior brother, help me back to the 4th base. Something's happened on the 5th mainland." Wuxia supported Lu Yin and left, leaving Bai Wangyuan and the others behind. Not long after, Bai Wangyuan and the others headed off in 4 different directions, preparing to completely destroy the Eternals and reclaim the new mainland. This was the first time that such an opportunity had appeared in the Cosmic Tree realm. Lu Yin was brought back to the 4th base by Wuxia, and at that moment he looked at his heart. That crimson remnant was extremely powerful, and he had maintained his battle force at the Palm realm, but it had still easily pierced through his body. With his physical strength and battle force, not even an ordinary progenitor could compare to it, but it had still pierced through his body. This was what Wuxia, Bai Wangyuan and the others had seen. In reality, this ray of light was not as simple as it seemed. The moment it had struck Lu Yin, it had attempted to spread Crimson Remnant's power throughout his body. This was even more terrifying than Astral Source Countercurrent, as this was the power of a true god. If it couldn't control Lu Yin, it would destroy him. Who in the universe could resist the power of a true god? If not for the similarly tyrannical power in Lu Yin's heart, he would have been finished. Lu Yin wasn't sure if it was the power in his heart that had neutralized the divine power, but even if it was, it didn't prove that the power in his heart surpassed the divine power. At most, it could only mean that there was too little divine power. After all, Bai Xianer had resisted the power in his heart in the Red Garden. This was only one aspect of it. Another aspect was that there was a red dot near his heart that was the divine power. He had only discovered this red dot when Wuxia had brought him to the 4th base. He tried to use the black and white mist to neutralize it, but he couldn't do anything about it. The red dot didn't move at all, and it didn't resist either. It just stayed there, leaving Lu Yin helpless. "Those are the people from the 4th base," Wuxia said. Lu Yin looked down and saw the Yao Emperor and the others taking the cultivators into their inner worlds. Only they could still use their inner worlds. Based on the strength of the astral source reversal, even a half-ancestor like Zhou Xian would be half-crippled. Soon Lu Yin found Elder Chan. The old man's face was slightly pale, but he seemed to be fine. "You almost reversed the astral source reversal in your inner world. If that happened, your cultivation would be half-crippled," Elder Chan said when he saw Lu Yin. Among the 4 half-progenitors at the 4th formation base, Hen Xen was in the best condition. Although he also had a stellar source in his body which was also reversed, what he truly cultivated was battle force and domains. Under the Mastery Realm battle force, his strength did not decrease by much. With Wan Zi overseeing the 4th base, it was fine. Lu Yin had Elder Chan and the others bring the cultivators back while he rode the prison drake back to the 5th mainland. Because of the chaotic stratagem, almost all of the cultivators on the 5th mainland were half-crippled, including those who had come to the astral trees. However, the local cultivators weren't affected. When Lu Yin appeared on the prison drake, countless people cheered. They were cheering for Lu Yin to lead the 4th base to the new world. They were cheering for the first time in decades that the humans had hope of defeating the Eternals. The news of Lu Yin shattering the giant Scarlet Eye hadn't spread yet, but it would spread soon. When that happened, Lu Yin's reputation would reach new heights, whether on the 5th mainland or in the astral trees. However, Lu Yin wasn't in the mood to think about this. Not long after he rode the prison drake back to the 5th mainland, his expression sank. When he came out of the new void corridor, he saw that the cultivators from the 5th mainland and the cultivators from the astral trees were half-crippled. No matter what their cultivation base was, as long as they absorbed star energy or astral source reversal, it would reverse. Some people would have problems even walking, let alone fighting, unless they had the strength of Elder Chan and Hen Xian. He went through the technocracy to the Innerverse and arrived at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The allied forces that had attacked the Starfall Sea had yet to retreat, but they were now completely different from before. Even with the help of various external items, they still maintained a considerable amount of combat power, but it couldn't hide the fact that they were half-crippled. Lu Yin saw Lu Bujingke and the other half-ancestors from the 5th mainland, including the Blood Ancestor. Even Gu Yen, a half-ancestor who had just arrived at the fifth mainland, was the same. No one could escape this calamity. This was the true chaotic stratagem. It was at this moment that Lu Yin realized that although the liquid had devoured the astral source universe and caused the fifth mainland to enter a period of stagnation, it had greatly benefited Lu Bujing and the others when it had been released. The effects were even better than normal cultivation for decades. Lu Yin had wondered why the Eternals were doing this. They couldn't possibly be so kind as to help Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors. Perhaps it had been a mistake, or perhaps something had gone wrong. He couldn't figure it out. But now he knew that the Eternals hadn't made a mistake. They didn't care about how Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors improved. Once the chaotic stratagem was activated, no one would be able to escape. Even progenitors would be affected. One should never underestimate the Eternals. Lu Yin understood Mr. Mu's fear of the Eternals, and he also understood why he was so eager to find out about the chaotic stratagem. If things went wrong, the chaotic stratagem might very well destroy the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization. Lu Yin rode the prison WM and searched the entire fifth mainland to see if there was a place that wasn't affected. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any. At this moment, the battle on the other side of the astral tree domain was in full swing. Aside from the fourth base, the other four bases were constantly recovering cities in the New World, slaughtering corpse kings, and rescuing humans who had yet to be transformed. Good news kept spreading as if the New World had already become the territory of the humans. Half a month later, the wireless Gu vibrated and Lu Yin answered. It was by Wang Yuan. Can you guys still defend the fourth formation base? This was by Wang Yuan's first sentence. He understood the fifth mainland situation, but so what? The Eternals had been beaten back and their thoughts were constantly changing. At this moment, the fifth mainland's half-crippled state was beneficial to them. Lu Yin could hear the pressure in by Wang Yuan's words, but it was within his expectations. What are you trying to say? Bai Wang Yuan replied, if you can't defend the fourth base, you'll be violating the agreement. You should know the consequences. Don't worry, someone will take over. We'll defend the fourth base, Lu Yin said before ending the call. Lu Yin's expression darkened as he hadn't expected the Eternals' chaotic stratagem to appear only now. Was it revenge? The chaotic stratagem's appearance had caused the fifth mainland to be half-crippled, and the Eternals had been beaten back. The four-way scale's ruling position had been completely solidified, which was quite unfavorable for Lu Yin. The West Mountain Tea King had warned him about this and given him time to consider it, but did he really need to consider it when facing the Eternals? Humans should be selfish, but they also needed to have a standpoint. If Lu Yin allowed the Eternals to continue staying because of the four-way scale, he would never be able to forgive himself. He didn't consider himself a magnanimous and selfless gentleman, but there were some things that he couldn't do. Regardless of whether he was a gentleman or a villain, everyone had their own standpoint. Chapter 24-23. The fourth base would be replaced by the remaining members of the Lu family in the astral tree realm, as well as the people from the fifth mainland who cultivated battle force. Although there weren't many of them, they were barely enough to support a base. As long as there were enough half-ancestors, the base was no longer a battlefield. The new continent was the end of the war. One Wan Ziyi and one Hen Xian were enough. In the astral tree realm, Bai Wang Yuan and the others swept through the new continent for half a month, clearing out all of the half-ancestors who posed a threat to cultivators. What did Zhou Xian say? Xianxia asked as he looked at Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Ran replied, Zhou Xian said that someone will take over and that the fourth base will be handed over to the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland is already half-crippled. He's just making sure that there won't be any more battles at the base, so he's just finding some people to put on an act, Xianxia said. Bai Wang Yuan looked at him. So what? Back then, the three strikes of astral sky didn't say that the base had to be a battlefield. As long as the fourth base is taken over by the fifth mainland, the original conditions will still stand. Wang Fan frowned. The Eternals actually crippled the fifth mainland. That's the most important thing. Now that the Eternals have been beaten back, they won't be able to do much in our universe. Even if the seven sky gods come, they won't be able to bring an endless number of corpse kings. Besides, they were able to beat the Eternals in this battle, which means that their situation in other parallel spaces isn't ideal. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so indifferent to this place, the dragon ancestor said. Now that I think about it, Lu Xiaoxuan's guess was right. Although he doesn't understand other parallel spaces, his control of the situation is quite accurate. Wang Fan sighed. Bai Wengyuan's eyes flashed. The fifth mainland is half-crippled, so Lu Xiaoxian won't be able to do much. So what if he becomes a half-ancestor? Right now what we should do is take complete control of the astral tree realm. I agree, Xia Shenji said. Wang Fan asked, does the fifth mainland not care? Xia Shenji glanced at him. It's been so many years. How has the abandoned land helped us? Wang Fan stopped talking. The dragon ancestor was worried. I'm afraid that the effects will spread to our universe. Bai Wengyuan looked at the top realm. Seal the new void corridor immediately. We can only leave, not enter. More than half a month passed and the entire fifth mainland sank into silence. Most of the cultivators had been severely injured by the energy reversal, and only a small portion of them had suffered light injuries. Big Sis, on the other hand, hadn't suffered any injuries at all, which was similar to Lu Yin's. Unfortunately, there were too few people like her. Lu Yin wanted to find those who had not been injured. He wanted to find out the reason for their injuries, and he also wanted to use this opportunity to confirm the true inheritors of the fifth mainland's unique power. However, this was not going to be easy as cultivators were used to concealing themselves and keeping their trump cards hidden. Daoist, according to our observations, this sort of countercurrent energy can cause damage to a person's body in an instant, but only for an instant. Once the energy within the body dissipates, it will no longer cause any harm to the body. This process will depend on the degree to which the energy within the body dissipates. After all, everyone's star energy and astral sources are no longer under their control, and they can only slowly dissipate. They can't be released through battle techniques, the blood ancestor explained. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I know that. The main thing is, what exactly exists in star energy and astral sources that can cause a cultivator's power to flow backwards? If we can't find the reason, then the fifth mainland will never be able to cultivate. It'll be even worse than the liquefied astral source universe. The blood ancestor couldn't answer, nor could he find the reason. Not long after, the medicine Immortal came, but he did not bring any good results. He could not find the reason either. Lu Yin tried to find the reason himself, but he still couldn't find it. The Eternals were confident that they could use the turbid stratagem to cut off the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization, so they naturally wouldn't be easy to deal with. The second Night King arrived with an ugly expression. Daoist, the death rate of our fifth mainland's cultivators in the cosmic tree domain has increased again. The so-called Forsaken Alliance has been targeting our fifth mainland for a long time, and they're becoming more and more brazen. It's almost obvious that the four-side scale is behind this. Lu Yin listened quietly. More and more people want to go to the cosmic tree domain. There are rumors that the fifth mainland is already under the Eternals' control. Next, the Eternals will launch a full-scale attack on the fifth mainland by traveling through parallel space. Half of your cultivation is the first step. Everyone says that the Eternals are taking revenge on you, Daoist. Your glory in the New World has brought safety to the cosmic tree domain, but it has caused the fifth mainland to fall into despair. Everyone wants to leave, but the cosmic tree domain has unilaterally sealed off the new void corridor. Lu Yin tapped the air with his finger. Find the source of the rumors. He then looked at the second Night King. Kill without mercy. The second Night King bowed respectfully. Understood. Lu Bujing arrived and heard the second Night King's words. He was vexed. Putting an end to the rumors doesn't mean putting an end to the people's hearts. Everyone wants to leave the fifth mainland, and even if this crisis is resolved, this idea will still be deeply rooted in many people's hearts. If there's any problem, the first thing they'll think of is the Eternals. Actually, you can't blame them. No one wants to stay behind and wait for death. They're afraid. Lu Yin nodded. I know. I'm thinking of something. He then left the main hall. He went to look for the sapling, but there was nothing unusual about it so far. When it sensed Lu Yin, it docilely leaned against him and gently stroked his face with its leaves. It's good that you're fine. Don't absorb the astral sources for now, Lu Yin said as he stroked the sapling. The sapling didn't understand, but it happily did whatever Lu Yin told it to do. Lu Yin stared into the distance in a daze. How had the Eternals done it? If they could activate the turbid stratagem in an instant, then did they have a way to affect the entire fifth mainland? Unless they were progenitors, it was impossible. Right, there was another possibility, and that was a coincidence. The turbid stratagem might have been activated long ago, but it just so happened to take effect at this time. This made Lu Yin think that the Eternals had activated the stratagem to protect the Stargate. Regardless of the reason, Lu Yin was currently helpless against the turbid stratagem. The main thing was that he didn't know what was affecting the Starsource universe. A few days later, the wireless goo vibrated and Lu Yin picked it up. It was Yuchen on the other end. He hadn't expected her to take the initiative to contact him. The mother tree is cracking and the astral source liquid is about to flow out. Yuchen transmitted a message to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. Astral source liquid? Yes, the astral source liquid is stored in the mother tree. Now that the mother tree is cracking, the outer layer of astral source liquid will be broken by the frigid Immortal sect. Once that happens, a lot of astral source liquid will flow out. Right now, half-ancestor Wu Yao and half-ancestor Bai Qi are guarding the area below the mother tree, waiting for the astral source liquid to appear. How do you know? Yu Dai reported. Directly below the area where the mother tree was split open, there was a small sect called the Moon Sect. The Moon Sect had Yu Dai in it. The cold Immortal sect destroyed the Moon Sect half a month ago. Before Yu Dai died, she sent me a message. She saw the flow of astral origin liquid with her own eyes, but it was blocked by a thin layer of tree bark. The Moon Sect wanted to secretly collect astral origin liquid, but it was destroyed by the cold Immortal sect. Lu Yin was curious. Why did you tell me? If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known. Yuchen paused for a moment. I want to restore the position I had when the junior ancestor was still alive. Are you having a hard time in the frigid Immortal sect? Without the junior ancestor, even Lu Xiaoga can ignore me. The sect master doesn't like me because I remind him of the junior ancestor. I can't stay in the frigid Immortal sect any longer. You didn't contact Xianxia? I wouldn't dare. Yuchen was an intelligent person, and the more intelligent a person was, the more afraid they would be of encountering someone like Bai Xian'er. She had even given him Bai Xian'er's contact information, so she knew that Bai Xian'er already knew about her betrayal. How could she possibly dare to contact Bai Xian'er? Yuchen was hoping that she would be able to survive through him. Lu Yin ended the call. Astral source liquid? He needed it. The fifth mainland situation in the starry sky of trees was very bad. It was time to deal with the abandoned alliance. Right, Lu Yin suddenly thought of Wang Wen. He hadn't received any news of such a huge incident, and he should be fine in the starry sky of trees. Lu Yin tried to contact Wang Wen using wireless goo, but no one picked up. Lu Yin's expression sank and he tried a few more times but to no avail. He stepped out of Heaven's Gate and rode the prison WM to the starry sky of trees. The starry sky of trees sealed off one side of the new space corridor, and the fifth mainland's cultivators could only return. However, this seal was useless against Lu Yin, and he casually waved his hand to force half-ancestor Ji Feng back. Half-ancestor Ji Feng was shocked and he looked at the corridor. Lu Yin walked out with the prison WM on his shoulder and the general appointment platform floating behind him. Wu Xiaoxian? Half-ancestor Ji Feng exclaimed, his gaze somewhat evasive. Many of the fifth mainland's cultivators were overjoyed. They had just arrived, but because of the fifth mainland's incident, not only were they unable to leave, but they were also being sent back. Who would be willing to return under such circumstances? Lu Yin glanced at half-ancestor Ji Feng and then at Wang Yan. Wang Yan's expression was ugly. Why was he here again? Lu Daozi, something happened to the fifth mainland. You should be fine, right? Wang Yan asked in a gentle tone. Lu Yin's reputation in the starry sky of trees was extremely high, as he had been the one to force his way out of the new space and defeat the Eternals. Now everyone knew that Lu Yin had shattered the astral gate and prevented the Eternals from coming back. This was a feat that would leave his name in history, and with his status as a direct descendant of the Lu family, there were more and more voices calling for the Lu family to reappear. It could be said that Lu Yin's reputation in the starry sky of trees was catching up to his reputation in the fifth mainland. If not for the four-way scale suppression, he would have been able to summon hundreds of people to support him. Lu Yin ignored Wang Yan and picked up the Cloud Connect stone to contact Wang Wen. This time the connection was successful and Wang Wen's bitter and pale face appeared on the stone. He was hiding in a transparent coffin. You finally remembered me. If you hadn't, I would have died. What's going on? Lu Yin asked with a frown. Wang Wen looked like a miserable beggar. Chapter 24-24. Wang Wen pointed the Cloud Connect stone at the surroundings and Lu Yin's gaze froze. There were at least 20 people surrounding the transparent coffin, and they were constantly attacking. These guys have been fighting for days and they don't seem like they're going to give up. They're from the Abandonment Alliance. Dumayas. They're just the four-way scales lackeys, Wang Wen rebuked. Wang Yan's expression changed when he saw this and he looked at Lu Yin. Something was about to happen, but this wasn't a good time for this kid. The Eternals had disappeared, and if this kid really fell out with the four-way scales, the four ancestors could take action. Right now they just lacked an excuse to do so. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wait for me. He took a step forward and vanished. Was the four-way scales deliberately targeting Wang Wen? Lu Yin wasn't sure, but if that was the case then it was too urgent. They were eager to fall out with him. But could they really afford to? Lu Yin's expression darkened as he rode the Hellworm towards the central realm. Wang Fan and the rest noticed Lu Yin's arrival. Strange. Why isn't he at the Fifth Mainland trying to resolve the problem? What's he doing here? Ignore him. We'll talk about it after we deal with those people. Xianxia stared down coldly before looking up at the outer realm and broken star. The astral tree domain had to be completely controlled by the four-way scales. As for that guy, let's see where he can run to. The Eternals were gone, and Xianxia could easily search the astral tree domain. In the central realm, there was a transparent coffin floating beside a green lake. Wang Wen shouted, "Don't mess around. What is this place? Don't throw it around. What if you hit the plants?" Not far away, a dozen cultivators were staring coldly at the coffin. The leader was an emissary, but his face was blurry and hard to see. A faint wind circled around his body, and although it seemed gentle, it was obvious that he was powerful from the void being torn apart. "Throw it down," the emissary ordered. The woman beside him waved her hand, and the transparent coffin was thrown into the green lake. It fell into the lake with a plop and sank in the blink of an eye. Consider him unlucky. Even I can't destroy that kind of transparent coffin, but this green salt lake leads directly to the middle-level sea and connects to the undercurrent of the entire middle-level realm. If he falls into it, he can forget about coming out for the rest of his life. Even if he does come out, the corrosion of the green salt lake is enough to turn him into nothing, the emissary said coldly. Behind him, a dozen practitioners looked on in horror. They had heard of the reputation of the green salt lake. Even if an emissary fell into it, they might not be able to escape. Is that so? Seems like you know a lot about it. A cold voice sounded from behind. The dozen or so cultivators were shocked. An unfamiliar voice? They all turned around and saw that the enormous caged WM had appeared out of nowhere. It covered the sky, but it did not seem to be imposing at all. They also saw Lu Yin standing on top of the caged WM. The faces of these cultivators turned pale in an instant. Their limbs turned cold and they almost collapsed to the ground. Prison Flood Dragon opened its mouth and roared. Many of the practitioners collapsed on the spot. The emissary trembled and stared blankly. Lu Xian? Since you know so much about the green salt lake, I'll let you experience it. Lu Yin flicked his finger, and the emissary's body unconsciously flew into the air before crashing violently into the lake. Lu Yin's battle force had wrapped around him, so he definitely wouldn't die for a while. The battle force would force him down to the bottom of the lake and send him in an unknown direction along the undercurrent. This kind of punishment was even more painful than death. It was like waiting for death without being able to save oneself. The other cultivators trembled as they watched this scene in despair. Lu Yin frowned and a gust of wind threw them all into the lake. Whether or not they could survive would depend on their own luck. That's too ruthless, but I like it. Wang Wen's voice sounded from the other side. Lu Yin had made his move after the transparent coffin had been thrown into the lake. The other cultivators naturally couldn't see Lu Yin's actions, so they thought that Wang Wen had really fallen into the lake. These guys are from the four scales and they'll only become more and more unscrupulous. They're certain that you won't dare to fall out with them, but they'll definitely try to force you to, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin was calm. That won't happen. They won't fall out with me until they find a way to keep Xianxia safe. Wang Wen rubbed his head and shook it as if he wanted to shake the water out of his ears. In reality, he hadn't touched any water at all. Don't underestimate the four scales. Even when your Lu family controlled the fifth mainland, they still schemed against you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm not the smartest, but I have the most tricks and the strangest. Let's make a bet. They won't dare to fall out with me for the time being. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. Small bets are harmful, but large bets are harmful. Lu Yin smiled and looked in the direction of the mother tree. Although they won't fall out with me, their actions will definitely become more and more excessive. They're constantly trying to test my bottom line. Since that's the case, let's try it again. He then brought Wang Wen onto the hellworm and headed towards the mother tree. Lu Yin didn't hide his tracks. The hellworm charged towards the mother tree, constantly being watched by the sovereign realm. At first they thought that the hellworm was heading towards Huayuan or the top realm, but by Wang Yuan's expression darkened when he saw the direction the hellworm was heading in. He had a bad premonition, especially when the hellworm stopped beside the mother tree. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward with a solemn expression. The mother tree had cracked open. This crack wasn't big to the mother tree, but it was huge to the astral tree. It connected heaven and earth, and the width of the crack couldn't be measured by an ordinary person. The various powers of the four cardinal scales, including those of the central realm, all headed towards the crack to investigate, hoping to repair the mother tree. However, the frigid Immortal sect had discovered the location where the mother tree's astral liquid could flow out. That location was just a small dot to the mother tree, so the other powers hadn't noticed it. The frigid Immortal sect couldn't accurately estimate how much astral liquid would flow out, but it was definitely much more than what they had absorbed. Thus, they naturally couldn't tell anyone that there had been someone called the Yuzong in that location, but he had ordered them to be wiped out. And now the hellworm had stopped right above the Yuzong. Lu Xiaoxian, what else do you want to do? Bai Wang Yuan couldn't help but ask, as that location made him feel very insecure. Beneath the hellworm, Bai Qi and Wu Yao were hiding their auras as much as possible so that Lu Yin wouldn't sense them. Lu Yin replied, Where's the Yuzong? Where did he go? Bai Wang Yuan raised his brows. Yuzong? What Yuzong? Lu Xiaoxian, your top priority should be to save the fifth mainland. Although the Eternals have been forced to retreat, that doesn't mean that they can't come to our space. If the fifth mainland is crippled, how can it resist the Eternals? Lu Yin leaped down and stepped into the ruins of the Yuzong. This should be the Yuzong. How could it be gone? The remains of the building are still here. Was it wiped out by an enemy? Who is it? I'll definitely take revenge. Underground, Wu Yao's expression was extremely ugly. How could this bastard be familiar with the Yuzong? That was just a small sect that was like an ant. He had heard that the Yuzong knew Lu Xiaoxian. Could he be a descendant of the Lu family? That couldn't be right. When the Lu family was still around, the Yuzong had existed as well, and it had always been so insignificant. It couldn't be a descendant of the Lu family. Lu Xiaoxian, what the hell are you doing? Bai Wang Yuan barked. Wang Fan and the others were puzzled, and Bai Wang Yuan's attitude was a little strange. Lu Yin looked up and frowned. I'm looking for my people. It's none of your business. Bai Wang Yuan clenched his fists. If it weren't for that location, he wouldn't have bothered to speak. Right now, they needed to take complete control of the cosmic tree domain, and their next step was to deal with this brat. Damn it, he hoped that this brat wouldn't discover anything. Is that where the mother tree split open? Lu Yin stood atop the ruins of the Yuzong and looked into the distance. The Yuzong was right next to the mother tree and it was too close. Bai Wang Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he didn't say anything else. Lu Yin walked towards the location where the mother tree had split open. The closer he got to the mother tree, the closer he got to Bai Qi and Wu Yao. The two looked at each other and then closed their eyes, suppressing their auras as much as possible. Up above, Zhu Jiao was digging his nose and his eyes kept rolling outwards. No one knew what he was looking at. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared right above Wu Yao. This step almost caused Bai Wang Yuan to attack. Underground, Wu Yao opened his eyes, but he didn't dare to look up. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his breathing. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. I never thought that a half-ancestor would become a rat one day. Get out here. He stomped down with his right foot, causing the ground to crack. Wu Yao was suppressed by Lu Yin's strength, and he roared as he slashed out with his half-sky ring. Bai Qi tried to stop him. Stop. Lu Yin kicked out, but it was like he was kicking a rock. The half-sky ring shattered, and Wu Yao was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. He had fought with Lu Yin before, And while Lu Yin had relied on various external items to fight against progenitors, Lu Yin had relied on his own strength to fight against a half-ancestor. However, it was impossible for Lu Yin to shatter Wu Yao's inner world's half-sky ring so cleanly. This was impossible as there shouldn't be such a large gap between them. Lu Yin's kick had not only shocked Wu Yao and Bai Qi, but also Bai Wangyuan and the rest. How long had it been? It had only been a little over a year and Lu Yin's strength had transformed yet again. This had been impossible when he had fought his way out of Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin looked down at Wu Yao and when he saw his pale face he slowly said, "The feeling of a rat being stepped on must not be pleasant." Wu Yao was enraged and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The half-sky ring in front of him shattered and fell to the ground. Bai Qi stared at Lu Yin. "Why are you here?" Lu Yin was amused. "That's what I want to know as well. Why are you all acting like rats here?" In the sovereign realm, Wang Fan and the rest looked at Bai Wangyuan. They did not know why the two progenitors from the cold immortal sect were hiding in such an inconspicuous place. "How did you do it, Zhou Xian?" Wu Yao was unwilling to accept this outcome, as he hoped that Lu Yin had used a progenitor's strength to shatter his half-moon ring. Lu Yin had not used a progenitor's strength. He had only relied on his Mastery Realm Battle Force. Mastery Realm Battle Force was the pinnacle of battle force that the Third Mainland's ancient Pathmaster had created. It was not impossible for Lu Yin to shatter a half-moon ring with just his physical strength. Actually, Lu Yin had not expected to be able to shatter it. He had only wanted to kick it away. It could only be said that Mastery Realm Battle Force was too powerful. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, reaching Mastery Realm Battle Force during the Warring States period was probably equivalent to reaching the level of a half-ancestor. Chapter 24-25. "Brother Bai, what's going on?" Wang Fan asked calmly from the sovereign realm. Bai Wangyuan answered, "Astral origin liquid is about to appear." Xiaxinji sneered and looked down. "It seems like Zhou Xian discovered those two rats long ago. No matter what, we can't let him have the astral origin liquid." "Of course." Bai Wangyuan's anger surged. No matter how much astral origin liquid flowed out of the mother tree, it still belonged to the frigid immortal sect. He had wanted to use it to help Bai Qi increase her cultivation and break through to the ancestral star realm as soon as possible. Now that Lu Yin had exposed him, the other three families wouldn't give up. "Chase Zhou Xian away first." Xiaxinji raised a hand and pressed down, causing a blade to descend. Halfway through, Wuxia attacked. "What are you doing?" "Wuxia, this has nothing to do with you. We're just chasing Zhou Xian away. We don't intend to violate the agreement," Bai Qi said. He was about to attack as well. The threat of the Eternals had been temporarily lifted, and they would not be trapped in the sovereign realm. Below, Lu Yin looked up. "Chasing me away? What a joke." He tore through the void and appeared at the crack in the mother tree. He looked at the astral origin liquid within the thin layer of bark and cut it open. "Zhou Xian, stop!" Bai Wangyuan shouted. There was a special way to absorb astral origin liquid, and doing so would only cause the liquid to evaporate. They all thought that Lu Yin wanted to fight to the death. If he could not obtain it, then no one else could. However, Lu Yin had never wanted to fight to the death. He wanted to monopolize it. As the bark was cut open, he immediately began to absorb the astral origin. In just a few breaths, a black hole appeared above his head. He was about to undergo his fifth tribulation. It had not been that long since he had undergone his fourth tribulation. The astral origin within his body had already reached the threshold of the fourth tribulation, so it was only natural for him to break through now. 5 origin tribulations was not enough to make others pay attention to him, especially when it came to Lu Yin. He already had the battle prowess of a half-martial ancestor. Even though advancing a realm would increase his strength, regardless of whether his realm increased or not, his strength had never stopped increasing. In comparison, advancing a realm was not that surprising. With Lu Yin's strength, he could have advanced a long time ago, even though his rate of advancement was ridiculously fast compared to his peers. With 5 origin tribulations descending, Bai Wangyuan and the rest could no longer take action. Although 5 origin tribulations weren't that powerful, if they took action, then the origin tribulations wouldn't just target Lu Yin. They would also be affected and some unpredictable changes might occur. "We'll make our move after the origin tribulation," Bai Zhe replied. This time he had made up his mind to chase Lu Yin away. This brat had actually used the astral origin liquid to break through. Fortunately, Bai Zhe had not used much astral origin liquid, so there was still a considerable amount left. All he needed to do was survive 5 origin tribulations. We can't let this kid fight to the death. Attack immediately after the 5th origin tribulation ends, Wang Fan reminded. Next to the mother tree, Lu Yin easily dealt with the 5 origin tribulations. However, because he had 4 astral origin cyclones, his origin tribulations were equivalent to 4 origin tribulations. He could only raise his origin tribulations at the same time as before so that no one would notice anything amiss. Wuxia appeared, standing far away from Lu Yin as he calmly watched. His appearance caused Bai Wang Yuan and the rest to frown. Wuxia was only one person and they could chase Lu Xiaoxian away if they wanted to. However, Wuxia could give Lu Xiaoxian time to react. If Lu Xiaoxian intentionally activated the astral origin liquid, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Wuxia, you've really done well to fall out with us now. Are you ready? Xianxia threatened. Wuxia didn't reply and he only looked at the black hole above his head. Strange, why are 5 origin tribulations constantly appearing? Junior brother's origin tribulations are truly abnormal. At that moment Lu Yin's voice rang out. Don't worry. I won't let the astral origin liquid evaporate. Bai Wang Yuan stared at Lu Yin. If you want to snatch the astral origin liquid, then you must be prepared to fall out with us, Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Yin laughed. I was the one who forced the Eternals to retreat. I was the one who shattered the astral gate and I was the one who led the 4th base into the new world. I was also the one who opened the entrance to the Starfall Sea to share some of your pressure. Now that the Eternals have retreated, you want to be ungrateful and eliminate me, a direct descendant of the Lu family? Lu Yin's words made them fall silent. Now was not the time to fall out with him. Even if they were confident in controlling the cosmic trees in the 5th mainland, they couldn't stop the flow of history from spreading. If they fell out now, no matter what reason they had, they would be seen as trying to eliminate the Lu family, which would greatly affect their reputation. Of course, reputation was only one aspect. More importantly, they weren't sure what the outcome would be if they fell out with Lu Yin. How many progenitors would help them in the cosmic trees? How many progenitors would Lu Xiaoxian have? It was rumored that when the 6th mainland's progenitor of mystery had attacked the 5th mainland, Xia Shang's blade had appeared. These were all uncertain factors. They wanted to take complete control of the cosmic trees and determine the power behind Lu Xiaoxian before eliminating them in one fell swoop. If they made a move now, it would really be a life and death struggle. Other things aside, a few progenitors would definitely die. This was not a loss they wanted to see. The destruction of the astral door meant that the Eternals couldn't launch a large-scale attack, but the 7 sky gods and progenitor corpse kings could definitely come. If they suffered too many losses, how would they deal with it? I wonder how the ancestral Mang's injuries are. I should go visit him, Lu Yin muttered. Bai Wang Yuan and the others' expressions turned ugly. Right, there was still the ancestral Mang. Back when the ancestral Mang had trapped the undying god, it was Lu Xiaoxian who had gone to find the ancestral Mang and gotten the ancestral Mang to cooperate. Even the dragon ancestor couldn't do this. If they attacked Lu Xiaoxian, who would the ancestral Mang help? This was another unknown. They didn't speak and Lu Yin didn't say anything either. The origin tribulation above his head dissipated. Wuxia looked up at the sovereign's realm. Wu Yao, Bai Qi and the others waited. The prison flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, also looking up at the sovereign's realm. Lu Xiaoxian, we can give you some of the astral fluid, but before we solve the problem of the 5th mainland's astral source, you can't come back to the cosmic trees, Bai Wang Yuan said, compromising. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and suddenly pressed down on the mother tree, continuing to absorb the astral fluid. Lu Xiaoxian. Bai Wang Yuan barked. Wuxia walked out and faced the sovereign's realm. What's with the noise? Who dares to absorb the astral fluid? The mist ancestor's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked up and through the void he saw the furious Bai Wang Yuan as well as the gloomy Wang Fan and the others. I'm sorry, but I want to break through to the 6th origin tribulation. The astral liquid here seems to be enough. Astral fluid continuously entered Lu Yin's body, frantically replenishing the 4 cyclones. Bai Wang Yuan descended. Don't go too far. He attacked Lu Yin but Wuxia blocked him. Xianxia, Wang Fan, the dragon ancestor and the mist ancestor all appeared. The caged Wurm roared as the progenitors faced each other. They immediately attacked. Lu Yin placed his right hand behind his back and tapped out with a finger. The die slowly spun, but it was useless. Do you really think that we won't attack you? Lu Xiaoxian, you're the one who provoked us this time. You'll pay the price. Xianxia sneered as his divine sword domain erupted and countless blades slashed out. Lu Yin tapped out with another finger. Xianxia, stop. The mist ancestor stopped him and looked back at Lu Yin with a frown. Lu Xiaoxian, stop. You can't absorb the astral fluid. The die stopped at 4 pips. Lu Yin exhaled and entered the time-stop space. He had absorbed a wave of astral fluid, but that was only a small portion. The rest would be replenished by the sapling's astral fluid. This way he wouldn't absorb too much of the mother tree's astral fluid while hiding the fact that he had consumed too much astral source. Absorbing the astral fluid and converting it into one's own strength required time, so it couldn't be done in a short amount of time. This was also why Bai Wangyuan and the others hadn't immediately attacked and had instead continued to threaten Lu Yin. However, they had never imagined that Lu Yin would be able to cultivate in the time-stop space. A year quickly passed, and Lu Yin sensed that his 4 cyclones were close to the threshold of the 6th origin tribulation. He only needed to absorb a little more, which was the result of a year's worth of cultivation. The scene in front of him changed and he reappeared a mere second later. Lu Xiaoxian, retreat immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. The mist ancestor was truly furious. She wouldn't allow anyone to absorb the mother tree's astral fluid, be it by Wang Yuan's group or Lu Yin. Lu Yin and the mist ancestor exchanged glances. Senior is right. The astral fluid cannot be absorbed or it would be irresponsible to the mother tree in this region of the universe. My Lu family will definitely protect Senior's ideals, and I will eliminate anyone who tries to absorb the astral fluid. Senior, let's work together. He then pointed at Bai Wangyuan and the others. The rest of you are not allowed to have any ideas about the mother tree's astral fluid. The mist ancestor was stunned. These words made it sound as if Lu Yin wasn't the one absorbing the astral fluid. What had she just said? How could this guy change his mind so quickly? Wuxia was also puzzled, as the mist ancestor had only said a few words. Bai Wangyuan was annoyed. Lu Xiaoxian, you're the one absorbing the astral fluid right now. Lu Yin blinked and coughed. I'm not absorbing it anymore. I won't allow anyone to do such a thing in the future. No matter who it is, I'll beat them up. Am I right, Senior? The mist ancestor raised her brows. You're not absorbing it anymore? Lu Yin was about to speak when a sudden clap of thunder rang out. Everyone looked up to see that a giant black hole had appeared above their heads and was rapidly expanding. Was this an origin tribulation? I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Do you all want to go together? Lu Yin asked. His 6th tribulation had finally arrived. When they heard the words tribulation, the others all hurriedly retreated. Wuxia glanced at Lu Yin. Was this junior brother's cultivation that fast? The mist ancestor intentionally glanced at the mother tree and saw that it hadn't absorbed much astral fluid. How could this brat's astral source be so little? Furthermore, he had just undergone 5 origin tribulations, so it shouldn't be possible for him to undergo 6 so quickly. Even if he absorbed the astral fluid, it should take some time for it to be converted. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were thinking the same thing, but no one could understand how Lu Yin had managed to undergo 6 origin tribulations. This was a 6th origin tribulation, which was far from what a 5th origin tribulation could compare to. Chapter 24-26. There were several important breakthroughs in a cultivator's life. The first step was to go from a normal person to a seeker, the second step was to break through to the Melder realm, the third step was to become an explorer, the fourth step was to become an enlighter, the fifth step was to become an emissary, and the 6th step was to break through 6 origin tribulations. The 6th origin tribulation was even more terrifying than the emissary origin tribulation. It was also a qualitative change that would lead to a massive killing tribulation in the stellar source universe. The stellar source universe would try its best to stop them. The stronger the person, the more likely they would be targeted by the stellar source universe. To Bai Wangyuan and the others, someone like Lu Yin who had undergone 6 origin tribulations might even surpass ordinary cultivators who had undergone half-ancestor origin tribulations. The star source universe would never allow such a person to break through so easily. Lu Yin watched as the black hole above his head continued to expand. It was finally here. 6 origin tribulations. Hold on, would there be any problems with the mother tree? He thought for a moment and took a step forward. He tore through the void and headed towards the Yin Mountain district. He was afraid that the Mother Tree would be counted as an external object and strengthen the origin tribulation. That would be a waste. The Yin Mountain district was the largest among the Middle Realm's 9 districts, but it was also the most desolate district. Lu Yin had stayed in the Yin Mountain district for a short period of time, so he had some understanding of the place. At this moment, in the humble school of the Yin Mountain district, Zhou Xian was leisurely drinking wine. He had been troubled by the 4-way scales because of Zhou Xian, but fortunately the superintendent had saved him. Since then no one had troubled him. Zhou Xian could walk openly in the starry sky of trees, so who would bother him? He was a retainer of the Lu family, but he did not plan to look for Zhou Xian again. The kindness of the humble class must be repaid, and the kindness of the superintendent must be repaid. Moreover, it seemed that the humble class and Zhou Xian were very close, and the superintendent was Lu Xiaoshuan's senior brother. How messy this relationship! Zhou Xian muttered to himself. He leisurely drank a mouthful of wine and was in a great mood. At this moment, a little fatty came looking for him. Master, it's getting dark. Is it going to rain? Zhou Xian rolled his eyes. Have you heard of rain in the Yin Mountain district? Go play somewhere else, don't disturb this sect master's memories. Oh okay. Little fatty left. Fourth Zhou sneered. Rain? These little guys are getting dumber and dumber. It's even raining. He looked outside and his mouth fell open. Wasn't this origin tribulation? In the next moment, Zhou Xian immediately gathered everyone to flee for their lives. Fourth Sect Master Zhou, I'm sorry, but I'll have to trouble you to make way. Zhou Xi's mind went blank when he saw Lu Yin. You attracted the origin tribulation? It can't be helped. The Yin Mountain district is vast and sparsely populated. It's a good place to transcend the tribulation, Lu Yin said helplessly. Zhou Xi didn't know what to say. He could vaguely see the governor. Whatever, he had to escape first. Speaking of which, wasn't the range of this origin tribulation a little too large? Everyone had the same thought in their minds. The range of this origin tribulation was too large, so large that it was somewhat exaggerated. Lu Yin stopped as he also felt that it was too big. It was even bigger than when he had faced the emissary origin tribulation. The Yin Mountain region was larger than the Fifth Mainland's outerverse by dozens of weaves. Even so, the origin tribulation had almost covered the entire Yin Mountain region and was even spreading outwards. The sky of the Middle Realm darkened. The tribulation origin black hole was terrifyingly deep. Lu Yin couldn't clearly see what was inside, so he quietly waited for the calamity to descend. Countless people looked at the Yin Mountain district and felt the oppressive atmosphere. Many speculated that it was Watanabe. Ancestral origin tribulation. Some people even guessed that it was the ancestral origin tribulation. Lu Yin seemed calm, but he was actually very nervous. He had 4 astral origin cyclones, which was quite exaggerated. When he had faced the emissary origin tribulation and opened up 4 astral origin cyclones to absorb astral sources, an unstoppable calamity had appeared in the end. If not for that corpse, he would have already died. He couldn't withstand that calamity himself, but he could rely on his corpse to do so. From his point of view, it wasn't a calamity but a punishment. Now that he had opened up all 4 astral origin cyclones, he was about to face his 6th origin tribulation. He didn't know what would happen and he was very nervous. As he waited, the void changed. It became very quiet, so quiet that it was strange. Not only was there sound, but there was also nothing, including the air and even the astral sources. Everything around him instantly vanished, forming an absolute vacuum around Lu Yin. He looked into the distance. Was that a tsunami? Clouds? No, that wasn't it. It was a sky formed from astral sources that looked like a tsunami. It was a sky that was about to cover the earth. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, Wuxia and the others were shocked. How could such a scene appear during a 6th origin tribulation? Isn't this the suppression that only progenitors' origin tribulation can appear? How can it appear during a 6th origin tribulation? The mist ancestor exclaimed. The expressions of Bai Wangyuan and the others changed. They were both happy and nervous. This kind of killing tribulation only appeared in ancestor realm origin tribulations. It was a kind of killing scene that was formed when the astral source universe targeted cultivators who were too strong. They had never heard of a 6th origin tribulation causing such a scene. It was as if the entire astral source universe had turned into the sky and was suppressing down. How many half-ancestors had died to such a thing? They had also encountered it before, but they hadn't expected it to appear during Lu Yin's sixth origin tribulation. Did this mean that the astral source universe acknowledged that his threat was no less than that of a progenitor? He couldn't rely on external items for his tribulation, such as Lu Jian's general appointment platform, caged WRM or his slippers. He could only rely on himself. Had he reached a level where he could threaten the astral source universe's progenitors? That was impossible. Outside the upper realm, many pairs of eyes looked down, filled with shock. Only progenitors could understand this calamity. They had never dreamed that Lu Yin could trigger such a calamity. Wuxia wanted to warn Lu Yin, but Lu Yin was already surrounded by the suppressing sky. Once his voice passed through it, it would definitely trigger a backlash from the calamity. Wuxia couldn't warn Lu Yin. An astral envoy's origin tribulation could be warned by an outsider, and Lu Yin had helped De Qiu undergo his tribulation. 6 origin tribulations could also be done, but this sort of suppressing sky was out of the question. Although Lu Yin didn't understand this calamity, he could sense how terrifying it was. The astral sources in the 4 astral source cyclones within his body were all pulled out and sent towards the suppressing sky. Without the astral sources, how could he survive the tribulation? It's starting. The astral sources in Lu Xiaoxuan's body will be snatched away, and the absolute power of the astral source firmament will suppress the person undergoing the tribulation. If he can't pass this stage, then he won't be qualified to become a progenitor. This is because progenitors are the limit that humans can reach, and they should be able to create their own power system. It's too difficult to rely solely on astral sources to become a progenitor, Wang Fan sighed. The fog ancestor had a complicated expression. Lu Xiaoxian hasn't become a progenitor, but he still has to face this kind of suppression. It's not fair to him. Wuxia was stunned. When a master took in a disciple, talent and hard work were indispensable. An astral envoy could fight a half-ancestor, and a half-ancestor could fight a progenitor. This was the standard, but even Wuxia couldn't face this kind of calamity while undergoing 6 origin tribulations. This was a calamity that targeted those who had become progenitors. Just what kind of talent did this little junior brother have? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and released power from his heart, creating a starry sky that covered an area. The astral sources that had been snatched away no longer leaked out, and he used the power of the starry sky in his heart to forcefully stop the astral source universe from being snatched away. This result shocked everyone. He actually blocked it? How is that possible? He created his own power system? Only a half-ancestor who goes through a progenitor's origin tribulation and creates their own power system to form an inner world can block the astral source universe from being snatched away. He's actually able to do this at the emissary level. I remember now. When he fought 4 half-ancestors alone, he ignored their inner worlds and killed one of them. This kid has long since created his own power system. Many voices echoed, and all of them came from progenitors. Only progenitors could clearly see the scene of Lu Yin's tribulation. Outside the suppressing firmament, not even half-ancestors could see it. The world rumbled, and it was as if the firmament was being crushed, causing the world to collapse. Humans were incomparably tiny in front of the heavens and earth. How could humans defeat the heavens? The power that you cultivate comes from the heavens, so how can you resist? You are just an ant that will be crushed under the heavens. Do not resist. Suppress. 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 Countless voices echoed throughout the world, wanting to suppress and kill Lu Yin so that he would lose the will to resist. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the suppressing firmament formed by the astral source universe that was crushing down on him. You want to suppress and kill me? What a joke. Since you are the heavens, then I will overturn the heavens. He then raised a hand, causing dust to fly up and cover the suppressing firmament. It was as if a continent had been added to the suppressing firmament. It was as if the middle realm was above the lower realm and the peak realm was above the middle realm. Outside the Yin mountain region, countless people's jaws dropped. They were shocked to see another continent appear in the distance. Why was there another continent? Was there going to be a 4th continent in the astral tree region? Such a spectacular scene shocked countless people. No battle technique should be able to surpass the suppressing firmament, but the dust came from the continents. The astral source universe was not a true universe. It was the power of the progenitor, and it was born from the continents. The continents and soil could move freely in this universe, and the astral source universe could not stop them. The soil is below and the heavens are above. Now that the soil is in the heavens, it will overturn the heavens. Lu Yin roared as he pressed down with his palm, using the soil of the continents to overturn the suppressing firmament formed by the astral source universe. The entire middle realm shook, and the suppressing firmament was forcefully overturned. The suppressing firmament was forcefully overturned, and the astral tree region, including the fifth mainland, trembled. Countless people stared blankly as they waited in despair. No one could do anything about this overturning of the heavens. Who could stop the suppressing firmament? Bai Wangyuan and the others' eyes flickered. This suppressing firmament was not very powerful, but it overturned the suppressing firmament, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. Is this the suppressing firmament palm that Zhou Xian created? How did he create it? It's the suppressing firmament palm that no one can learn. It's one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques. The fog ancestor's eyes flashed. This is a willed palm technique. It doesn't depend on its power, but it's boundless. It's hard to imagine how such a young person created it. Where did such a concept come from? Wuxia was similarly shocked. Lu Yin could overturn the suppressing firmament with just his envoys, so if others could learn it, would the suppressing firmament still be an obstacle to them? Did this Dao progenitor's calamity mean that they could all overcome it? It was no wonder why it was listed as one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques and why the Lu family's ancestor had appeared. Chapter 24-27. This was the first time Lu Yin had used a sky-toppling palm that covered such a large area, and the effect was quite good. He didn't understand the sky suppressor at all, so he couldn't understand that the shock brought by the sky-flipping palm wasn't just what he imagined, but an unparalleled shock. He had broken through a progenitor's origin tribulation. As sky-toppling palm was overturned, it gradually dissipated along with the tribulation origin black hole. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. It was gone? Everyone else watched as well. Had the tribulation disappeared? Although the tribulation had come and gone quickly, it was still understandable. After all, it was a progenitor's tribulation, which should have been certain death for a cultivator with 6 tribulations. Since Lu Yin had survived it, there should not be any other tribulations. Lu Yin frowned. No matter what that tribulation had been, it should not have disappeared just like that. He had 4 astral cyclones, so how could he have survived it so easily? However, the tribulation origin black hole had disappeared. Strange. The Yin Mountain district returned to normal, and the tribulation origin black hole disappeared. Zhou relaxed, it was finally gone. The appearance of sky-toppling palm had frightened him, and he had despaired as he waited to be crushed to pieces. With his strength, he was not qualified to be targeted by an origin tribulation. He could not even be considered interfering with the tribulation, so he could only be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Zhou Xian had been reliable. Not only had he saved himself, but he had also saved a group of people. Junior brother, how's the investigation of the 5th mainland's astral source coming along? Wuxia asked as he arrived. Lu Yin was vexed. I can't find the reason. There must be a problem with the astral source universe, but I just can't figure out what it is. He then looked up. I never thought that a 6th tribulation would disappear just like that. It's strange. The fog ancestor came over as well. Strange. Do you know what that tribulation was? Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior, have you seen it before? It's called sky-toppling palm, and it's a tribulation from the astral source universe for progenitors. Since ancient times, many half-ancestors have died to this tribulation. You're quite ruthless to be able to survive it, the fog ancestor said. He was impressed. What kind of tribulation can there be if you can survive that tribulation? Lu Yin understood. That was not wrong, as the astral source universe was indeed ruthless. Suddenly, his scalp went numb as an uncontrollable chill spread from head to toe. He had experienced such a chill before. It was a sense of crisis. His expression changed greatly. He raised his head to look at the sky. There was no tribulation origin black hole, nothing at all. Strange, where did this danger come from? Suddenly he saw the red planet. Was that the Calamity Star? Madman Lu was going to make a move again? Senior, Lu Yin called out. Wuxia looked up and saw the Calamity Star. His pupils shrank. Not good, the origin tribulation hasn't disappeared. It's still in the outer realm. Let's go. The mist ancestor cried out in alarm. Origin tribulation can be hidden? Brat, just how much danger are you giving it? Lu Yin had also seen the origin tribulation. It had actually left the middle realm and ran to the outer realm. It was hiding itself so that it could suddenly descend upon the outer realm. How could such a thing happen? The origin tribulation also knew strategy? Was it necessary? Wasn't it just 4 cyclones? Was there such a huge crisis? However, now was not the time to think about the origin tribulation. He stared fixedly at the calamity star, which was approaching the origin tribulation. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and his gaze turned cold. Madman Lu wanted to interfere with the origin tribulation, which would cause the origin tribulation to engulf him and Lu Yin. Lu Yin wanted to use the origin tribulation to kill Lu Yin. Wuxia and the mist ancestor could not interfere with this method, as it would only make the origin tribulation even more terrifying. Lu Yin could see this, and so could Wuxia and the rest. Lu Yin stared at the calamity star and leaped up. The mist ancestor's expression turned ugly. That person was going all out to kill Zhou Xian, and he himself would have to endure the origin tribulation as well. Stop him. Unlimited kinetic energy will be destroyed by the origin tribulation. Bai Wangyuan was shocked. As someone from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he had not reacted this way even when the ancient gods and the 7 sky gods had joined forces to attack him. He was not the only one. Wang Fan and the rest tore through the void and stepped into the outer realm. However, before they could reach the outer realm, stars began to appear one after another. The 5 array bases on the battlefield behind them shook, and the entire cosmic tree realm seemed to be shaken. Unlimited kinetic energy included the 5 array bases and the 7 stars in the outer realm. Once the calamity star was engulfed by the origin tribulation, it would not only affect the calamity star, but also the entire unlimited kinetic energy array. This would no longer be a problem for Lu Yin and Madman Lu, but for the entire cosmic tree realm. This was what caused Bai Wangyuan and the rest to pale. They did not want anything to happen to the unlimited kinetic energy. That madman, the mist ancestor thought as he stared up. Lu Yin had not expected that Madman Lu would want to bury the entire cosmic tree realm. Once the unlimited kinetic energy was destroyed by the origin tribulation, the array would lose its effectiveness, and the Eternals would attack again. This would be tantamount to opening up the cosmic tree realm and betraying the entire human race. Kid, suppress your aura, the mist ancestor reminded him. Lu Yin hurriedly suppressed his aura, not wanting the origin tribulation to appear so quickly. Bai Wangyuan and the rest headed to the outer realm to stop the calamity star from appearing. The other 6 stars also acted, using the unlimited kinetic energy to drag the calamity star back. The calamity star stopped moving, no longer approaching the origin tribulation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he saw a figure walk out from the calamity star. It was as if a gale had stirred up the calamity star, causing it to sway. The figure was filled with a tyrannical and violent aura. The figure's gaze suddenly fell and met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin saw a pair of crazed eyes that were excited, cruel, and completely irrational. There was an indescribable ferocity in the depths of those eyes. He smiled. Lu Yin saw him smile. This person was Madman Lu. Even though he did not say anything, Lu Yin could clearly feel the boundless killing intent directed at him. There was no need to say anything. This was a killing intent that would not rest until one of them was dead. Madman Lu stepped out of the calamity star. Since the calamity star could not be moved, he would go find the origin tribulation himself. So what if he had to endure the origin tribulation? The Lu family's direct descendant had to die. He could not withstand the progenitor's origin tribulation. Suddenly, an evil Saraira blocked Madman Lu's path. It was Wuxia. Wuxia took a step forward before Bai Wangyuan and the rest, standing between the calamity star and the origin tribulation. Go back. Madman Lu looked at Wuxia. Lu Yin had thought that the man would act, but Wuxia gave up and returned to the calamity star without hesitation. The calamity star then disappeared along with the other 6 stars. Bai Wangyuan and the rest appeared and stared deeply at the calamity star. It was clearly Lu Yin's tribulation, but they were all covered in cold sweat. That's crazy. If we don't stop him, he'll drag the unlimited kinetic energy down with him, Wang Fan said in a low voice. He looked at the calamity star with fear in his eyes. Xianxia said, this person needs to be dealt with as well. He was able to deal with the Lu family in the past, so he'll be able to deal with us in the future. He's a madman. Bai Wangyuan suddenly raised a hand to stop Xiaxinji and looked at Wuxia. What did he say? Wuxia's expression was solemn. Nothing. Bai Wangyuan looked at the Calamity Star again and sighed. This person was too crazy. The Calamity Star disappeared, and this accident left just as quickly as it had appeared. Lu Yin could no longer see the Calamity Star, so he turned his attention to the Origin Tribulation. At that moment, the Origin Tribulation descended with a terrifying killing intent. Its destructive power was comparable to that of a half-ancestor's inner world. It would have been enough to easily kill an ordinary cultivator with 6 Origin Tribulations, but it was not enough to deal with Lu Yin. The killing intent of this Origin Tribulation was not its might, but rather its concealment and the possibility of an accident. The killing intent of this Origin Tribulation allowed everyone to see a different side of the astral source universe. They would do anything to deal with someone undergoing a tribulation. When the Calamity Star was resolved, everyone stared at the sky outside the upper realm and watched as the Calamity Origin black hole disappeared. It should be over this time. Although the 6th Origin Tribulation is comparable to an emissary's Origin Tribulation, these 2 Origin Tribulations were not easy to pass, especially the first suppressing the heavens. Even a half-ancestor would find it difficult to pass, the mist ancestor sighed. Lu Yin's expression did not relax at all. Was it over? No, he did not think so. There was no reason, he just did not think so. Even the Origin Tribulation could be hidden, which made him feel uneasy. Bai Wangyuan's group, Wuxia and the mist ancestor all fell silent. The progenitors in the upper realm and Bai Xian'er in the Red Flower Garden were all watching. Everyone was waiting. Would there be more Origin Tribulations? The results did not disappoint. The Origin Tribulation had appeared. Just like the first time, the black hole expanded endlessly above Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin felt bitter. It really was not that easy. In outer space, Xiaxinji and the others exchanged glances and sighed in relief. It would have been best if Zhou Xian had died to the Origin Tribulation. They were very curious as to what kind of Origin Tribulation would appear next. It should not be any weaker than the suppressing the heavens, or there would be no point in trying again. Everyone stared at the black hole above Lu Yin's head. Soon enough, astral sources gathered and the void distorted. Suddenly, a human figure appeared. It was completely black and had no facial features, only 4 limbs. A humanoid Origin Tribulation, the dragon ancestor cried out. Wuxia frowned. A humanoid Origin Tribulation was something that both emissaries and progenitors feared the most. Since the astral source universe had summoned a humanoid Origin Tribulation, it meant that it believed that this Origin Tribulation would be stronger than the person undergoing the tribulation, at least in a certain aspect. This was difficult, as once a humanoid Origin Tribulation appeared, the person undergoing the tribulation would definitely be weaker in a certain aspect. They just did not know who this humanoid Origin Tribulation was. Origin Tribulations could not appear randomly, so this humanoid Origin Tribulation had to be at least 6 tribulations. It could not be a progenitor, or else it would not have needed to undergo the tribulation. A 6th tribulation Origin Tribulation that could match Lu Yin. Throughout the entire astral tree domain, or perhaps even throughout the entire history of humanity, there were not many people like this. Everyone watched curiously. Who was this person? Lu Yin also stared. Who could this person be? 9 mountains and 8 seas? Or was it a progenitor that had appeared before? Or was it someone from the era of above heaven? If the astral source universe recognized that this person was stronger than Lu Yin in a certain aspect, then this person had to be someone who could become a progenitor. In the Yin Mountain district, the humanoid Origin Tribulation stood quietly high in the sky, facing Lu Yin directly. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he waited for the humanoid Origin Tribulation to attack. With a whoosh, the humanoid Origin Tribulation moved, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was right in front of Lu Yin and it struck out with a palm. Lu Yin raised his own hand at the same time, using the void palm. Boom! The void exploded as countless cracks spread out from where their palms collided. The entire space was torn apart and the humanoid Tribulation Origin Tribulation was pushed back 10,000 meters. Chapter 24-28. The emptiness palm contained Lu Yin's strength, overlaying Stack's path, battle force and a domain. Although he hadn't used battle force from the palm realm, it was enough to deal with any opponent, including half-ancestors. Lu Yin hadn't used his full strength in this attack and it had been a test. In the end he had forced the humanoid back, but it had only been pushed back 10,000 meters, which had surprised him. Anyone in the same realm who could survive his attack would be considered a peerless genius, as expected of someone from the astral source universe. Suddenly his right arm started to ache. He lifted it up and looked at it, only to find that it had withered a little at some point in time. Due to his frequent use of things develop in their opposite, he had gotten used to the withered state, which was why he hadn't noticed it immediately. Anyone else would have definitely noticed it. His right arm was withered. Was it from that palm? Was that the life palm? Lu Yin stared at it in shock. Was this person from the Lu family? Only the Lu family's life palm could absorb an opponent's vitality. This person was not only from the Lu family, but also an absolute expert. Otherwise, even if someone in the same realm used the life palm to deal with him, it wouldn't have been able to absorb his vitality. Right, it could also be Xianxia from the frigid immortal sect. The humanoid origin tribulation appeared again, this time with a palm. Lu Yin raised his brows. Since he knew that it was either the life palm or Xianxia, there was no point in continuing. He withered his right arm and used the extreme reversal technique to clash with the humanoid origin tribulation's palm. The humanoid was sent flying, but it didn't hesitate to attack again with another palm. The difference was that it wasn't the life palm this time, as a blurry piece of land had appeared behind the humanoid origin tribulation. Someone from the Lu family. By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan and the others cried out. The dragon ancestor's expression was grave. That's the Lu family's visualization technique. There was a thump, but Lu Yin's palm did not force the humanoid origin tribulation back. He could feel an extraordinary strength behind it. Not only did it contain a terrifying destructive power, but it also contained an indescribable intimidation and suppression. When he looked at the blurry piece of land behind the humanoid origin tribulation, he felt as if countless living beings had attacked him. It was as if a piece of land was pressing down on him. This was the fifth mainland. Someone from the Lu family? Lu Yin finally reacted. Lu Bujing had said that the Lu family's visualization technique was a piece of land, which was the entire fifth mainland. The Lu's family had borrowed the power of the fifth mainland to control it. The direct line of descent was the fifth mainland's visualization, while the collateral line was the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. That was the life spirit palm, not Xianxia. This person must be a direct descendant of the Lu clan. These voices were complemented by the fifth mainland's visualization, and they brought about a constant pressure that stacked upon each other. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since been suppressed by this pressure, but Lu Yin was unaffected. These voices were from the primogenitor's scripture, and this person was definitely a direct descendant of the Lu family. The only question was who this person was. That made sense. Who else but the Lu clan could rival him in 6 origin tribulations in this part of the universe? Lu Yin hadn't expected his opponent to be a direct descendant of the Lu family. He suddenly grew excited and unleashed all of his strength. The realm of mastery battle force wrapped around his arm, and he exerted force with his palm. There was a thump, and the humanoid origin tribulation cultivator was sent flying. The visualized land disappeared. Even if a direct descendant of the Lu family visualized the fifth mainland and combined it with the primogenitor's scripture, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin had been cultivating for so long, his foundation was simply too deep. So what if they were from the Lu family? Chu Yuan had also received the teachings of the progenitor, and he was also a Dao disciple of the first mainland. Halua Mavis and Sky Jadeite were all direct descendants of the first mainland. They were all swept away by Lu Yin. The humanoid origin tribulation cultivator was on the verge of collapsing under Lu Yin's palm, and it kept retreating. Bai Wangyuan and the rest gasped in shock. Zhou Xian had already surpassed any direct descendant of the Lu family. His battle achievements and experiences were no longer something that the Lu family could restrain. The humanoid origin tribulation cultivator retreated 1,000 meters before stopping. It raised a hand with its palm facing downwards, and the dust on the ground rose up and transformed into a needle that pierced through its palm. It was the Xidagarba needle. The Xidagarba needle was a needle that could be used to detoxify or treat illnesses. This person was currently using one of the Lu family's secret techniques. I'm very curious. Who exactly are you? Lu Yin muttered to himself. He was curious about everyone in the Lu family. The humanoid origin tribulation cultivator raised a hand, and a general appointment platform appeared in front of it. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. Even if it was a direct descendant of the Lu family, its strength was already quite impressive. Without the general appointment platform, it would be difficult for it to do anything else. However, how did this humanoid origin tribulation cultivator from the astral source universe use the general appointment platform? Lu Yin felt that this was strange. There were many things in this universe that couldn't be explained. The astral source universe was rumored to have been formed by the progenitor's power, and it enveloped the 6 continents. However, why had the progenitor created the origin tribulation, and how had it drawn out a specific level of origin tribulation? The Eternals had said that the progenitor was dead, but if that was the case, why had the astral source universe remained? It was similar to how the Grim Reaper had left behind Death Chi, and how Fate had left behind Fateson and the Book of Destiny. Perhaps only by becoming a progenitor would one be able to pry into these mysteries. One figure after another appeared out of thin air, all of them formed from astral sources. Even if this person wasn't a humanoid origin tribulation cultivator, it was still formed from astral sources, so there wasn't much of a difference. The only difference was that this person didn't have any facial features. Large and small creatures of all shapes and sizes were summoned. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of creatures appeared in front of Lu Yin. There were humans and giant beasts, and there were many forms that Lu Yin had never seen before. None of these creatures were at the half-ancestor level, but almost all of them were envoys. There were even a few peak envoys that charged towards Lu Yin. This was the general appointment platform. One person could rule a country and one person could be revered. Lu Yin raised a hand and his astral sources transformed into a sword. As long as these creatures weren't at the half-ancestor level, they wouldn't be able to pose a threat to him. He raised his sword and slashed out, turning an envoy into astral sources that dissipated. Beside him, several envoys used various battle techniques to attack, but Lu Yin's sword slashed out horizontally, erasing them all. One envoy after another charged towards Lu Yin like moths to a flame, but they all disappeared under the edge of Lu Yin's sword. Lu Yin's strength was enough to crush anyone below the half-ancestor level. Even those peak envoys would only be able to withstand a few strikes from Lu Yin before they were wiped out in the end. This was the power of someone at the top, and it was an absolute crushing power. In the distance, Zhou Xi's eyelids twitched as he watched the scene unfold. Every creature that had been summoned was something that he cared about, and there were even some that terrified him. However, they were as powerless as children in front of Lu Yin. This scene had a huge impact on Zhou Xi and the others, and it was even more impactful than suppressing the heavens. They couldn't understand suppressing the heavens at all. However, Bai Wangyuan and the others weren't surprised at all. In their eyes, envoys were no different from ordinary cultivators. One strike, one kill, and in the blink of an eye, all of the creatures that had been summoned were wiped out. Lu Yin raised his sword and pointed it straight at the humanoid tribulation origin, slashing out with the 13th strike. It was time to end this. This humanoid tribulation origin had not caused much of a disturbance. The astral source universe had probably lured him out because it was certain that this tribulation origin's strength was comparable to Lu Yin's. It was impossible to find someone in the same realm who could surpass Lu Yin in a certain aspect. The 13th strike swept past, and the humanoid tribulation origin crouched on the ground. The platform slowly disappeared. He had done quite well, but he still couldn't pose a threat to Lu Yin. It's over. Lu Yin raised his sword again and was about to slash out. Suddenly, a cloth scroll appeared above the humanoid tribulation origin's head. It unfurled, and astral source illuminated the middle realm with a glaring light. It was like a rising sun, and there were 4 words on the scroll: Divine Seal Catalog. Lu Yin was shocked and blurted out, "Divine Seal Catalog?" He wasn't the only one, as everyone who saw this was shocked, including Bai Wangyuan and the others. Since ancient times, there had been many direct descendants in the Lu family who had possessed the Divine Seal Catalog, but there were very few who could actually use it. This was because the Divine Seal Catalog had to be a progenitor, and even if one looked at the entire history of the Lu family, how many people had actually been bestowed the title of progenitor? A family's history could represent the entire continent's history, and the Lu family was such a family. Since ancient times, it had given birth to many progenitors, but compared to the number of direct descendants in the Lu family, the difference was too great. If the Lu family had more than 10,000 direct descendants since its inception, then at most only 10 of them had become progenitors, and not all of them had been direct descendants. Only those direct descendants who had also become progenitors had a chance of being bestowed the title of progenitor. Otherwise it would be too difficult. To this day there were very few direct descendants of the Lu family who had been bestowed the title of progenitor without becoming progenitor, and every single one of them could be remembered. For example, Lu Tianyi had not been bestowed the title of progenitor during the Daoist sex era. He had been bestowed the title much earlier than the Daoist sex era, and it could be traced all the way back to the above heavens sex era. When he had been bestowed the title of progenitor, he had not been a progenitor, but he had never mentioned what realm he had been at. This was something that Bai Wangyuan and the others knew. For example, Lu Xiaoshuan's father, Lu Qi, had been bestowed the title of progenitor when he had been a half-ancestor. He had relied on the divine seal progenitor to rush to the new world and single-handedly turn it upside down. Anyone who had been bestowed the title of progenitor without reaching the progenitor realm was an absolute genius, and they would have been a Daozi in the above heavens sect. This humanoid tribulation origin cultivator was the same. No, he was even more terrifying than Lu Qi. Lu Qi had been bestowed the title of progenitor at the half-ancestor realm, but this person had actually been bestowed the title at 6 origin tribulations. How was this possible? No, it's not 6 origin tribulations, the mist ancestor said. Elsewhere in outer space, Wang Fan's expression was solemn. Although this humanoid tribulation origin cultivator isn't a half-ancestor, he's definitely at the peak of the emissary realm. The tribulations brought by the astral source universe aren't just based on one's cultivation level, but also their true strength. Bai Kun said, when this humanoid tribulation origin cultivator first appeared, he was indeed at 6 origin tribulations, but after the general appointment platform was destroyed he rose to 7. This is the first time I've seen a humanoid tribulation origin cultivator grow. What exactly is Lu Xiaoxian cultivating? The first one is the sky suppression that only progenitors face. The second one is the hidden origin tribulation, and the third one can actually grow. The dragon ancestor exclaimed, looking at Lu Yin in disbelief. Every single one of his tribulations is different from an ordinary person's. Xia Shenji's expression sank. This child cannot be left alive. This humanoid tribulation origin cultivator isn't simple either. A peak emissary can become a deity. Even Lu Tianyi might not necessarily be able to do that. The humanoid tribulation origin cultivator had used the divine seal catalog, which made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat. Could there really be a deity? This was a progenitor, and it would be troublesome for Lu Yin to deal with a progenitor without relying on external items. Could this be the true reason why this humanoid tribulation origin cultivator had appeared? Chapter 24-29. In the sky above the Yin Mountain district, everyone's eyes were focused on the divine seal catalog. A figure walked out from the divine seal catalog under everyone's gaze. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was a progenitor, but who was it? The figure had one hand behind his back and the other in front of his chest. He was holding something that looked like a book as he calmly floated in the air. Even though it was only a sliver of his strength that was being borrowed, the disposition of the other party was reminiscent of a scholar. Wait, a scholar? Lu Yin stared blankly ahead. In outer space, Wang Fan's jaw dropped. Progenitor of literature, that's Lu Qi. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were stunned. Wasn't that Lu Xiaoshuan's father? On Broken Star in outer space, Lu Yu was stunned as well. He recognized the progenitor of literature and Lu Qi. He had been there when Lu Qi had shamelessly sealed the progenitor of literature. This figure was all too familiar. It was Lu Qi who had borrowed the progenitor's power. What the hell? A father hitting a son? No, a son hitting a father? Wuxia also recognized the figure. It was Lu Qi. He looked at Lu Yin strangely. Should he speak or not? Although Lu Yin had never seen the progenitor of literature before and did not know how Lu Qi had borrowed the progenitor's power, it did not stop him from guessing. This figure reminded him of the progenitor of literature, as it looked exactly like the portrait of the progenitor in Xian Academy. The progenitor of literature. There was no need to guess. That humanoid was definitely his father, Lu Qi. Only Lu Qi had sealed the progenitor of literature, but hadn't Lu Yin become a progenitor of literature when he was a half-step progenitor? This humanoid tribulation's power was at the peak of the envoys. Lu Yin gulped. Had he been beating up his father all this time? Junior brother, be careful. Wuxia saw Lu Yin's expression and knew that he had guessed it, so he reminded him. Lu Yin sighed and smiled bitterly. It did not matter if this humanoid tribulation was his father or not. He would just fight. If he did not, he would be finished. The problem was no longer the humanoid tribulation, but the progenitor of literature. Lu Yin was about to face a progenitor. No matter how confident Lu Yin was, he did not think that he could fight a progenitor with his current strength. This was no longer a matter of crossing realms. It was a fundamental difference. If you can't win against a progenitor, you can deal with the humanoid tribulation, the mist ancestor said. Lu Yin nodded. This was the only way. In the starry sky outside the upper realm, Xianxia's lips curled upwards as he laughed maniacally. Interesting. My son is going to die at my hands. Ha! Bai Wengyuan's expression relaxed. Now that the progenitor of literature has appeared, Zhou Xian won't be able to defeat him no matter how strong he is. He's defeated this time. Wang Fan, Ancestor Dragon, and even the progenitor realm experts outside the upper realm were all thinking the same thing. Some were sorrowful, some were mocking, and some felt a chill as they looked at the stellar source universe. Zhou Xian had drawn out such an impossible origin tribulation, but what about the others? Would there be a similar origin tribulation? Who could survive 6 origin tribulations against an ancestor realm expert? That was impossible. Or did Zhou Xian cultivate something? Had he angered the star source universe? Lu Yin stared intently at Wenzu and struck out with his palm. Of course, he wasn't attacking Wenzu, but rather the humanoid tribulation origin. He had used all of his strength in this attack as he wanted to shatter the humanoid tribulation origin. However, no matter how fast the empty bright palm was, it was not faster than the changes in the world. The palm's force was stopped halfway and words filled the sky. This was the progenitor of literature's ancestral world, and no matter how fast Lu Yin was, he was still restricted by this world. The progenitor of literature made a move, and he casually pointed out with his hand as words bombarded Lu Yin. Lu Yin covered his entire body with mastery realm battle force, and when the first word landed on his back he almost suffocated. Even his mastery realm battle force had cracked. The power of a progenitor was not something he could withstand. He immediately used the power in his heart to try and disperse the surrounding ancestral world. However, it was impossible. The power in his heart could disperse a half-ancestor's inner world, but it could do nothing to the ancestral world. The second word bombarded him, followed by the third and fourth. Countless words surrounded him like a curtain of rain. This was a truly desperate situation, as just a few words were enough to seriously injure him. If all the words in the world descended, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. Lu Yin regretted his decision, as he should have tried to become a god. With the blood progenitor and Wuxia, if he could become a god, why would he need to be afraid of the progenitor of literature? He had been too conservative, as he had originally planned to break through to the 6th origin tribulation before trying to become a god. Back then he had dared to challenge a half-ancestor during his first origin tribulation, and even though he had suffered a backlash, he still had the courage to try. Why was he afraid of becoming a god now? Blood trickled down the corner of Lu Yin's mouth as he looked at the progenitor of literature, who was toying with him. He looked at the humanoid origin tribulation behind the progenitor. Was he really unable to deal with it? There was no such thing as absolute death in the universe, and any situation had a chance of survival. The origin tribulation was no exception. Since the progenitor of literature had drawn him into such a desperate situation, he definitely had a way to get through it. What was it? The first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind was that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Did the progenitor of literature exist in an extreme state? He did not. The undying god's wandering state was an extreme state, and time itself was an extreme state. In that case, could the progenitor of literature create an extreme state? Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the humanoid origin tribulation. The progenitor of literature's borrowed power could have easily defeated Lu Yin in an instant, but it had still attacked him. It was not that the progenitor was showing mercy, but rather that it was limited by the humanoid origin tribulation. More accurately, the God-sealing catalog's master could not truly display the power of a progenitor. The God-sealing catalog was a progenitor, but how could one become a progenitor? It was equivalent to fighting across realms, so there was bound to be a limit. This meant that Lu Yin was facing an imperfect progenitor, which meant that he still had a chance. It was impossible to defeat a progenitor, but he could create an opportunity. Another rune struck Lu Yin's body, almost knocking him to the ground. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone watched as Lu Yin struggled under the origin tribulation. He was facing 6 origin tribulations, which could be considered the most despairing since ancient times. The fog ancestor could not help but look at the origin tribulation black hole. It was too ruthless. Bai Wangyuan and the rest watched as Lu Yin coughed up blood. They constantly tried to avoid the runes, but they could not. Their expressions grew increasingly relaxed. It was impossible to defeat a progenitor unless one used external items. But how could one use external items under the origin tribulation? Wuxia frowned and slowly said, "Junior brother, if you really can't do it, you can sever your own realm." Lu Yin's gaze hardened. Severing one's own realm was equivalent to failing to pass the tribulation, and it would be even more difficult to pass it again. However, this was the only way to protect himself. If he wanted to truly pass the 6th origin tribulation, not only would he have to sever his own realm, but he would also have to make 3 of his 4 astral origin cyclones disappear, allowing him to return to being a normal cultivator. That way the origin tribulation he faced would not be so abnormal. But what was he relying on? Lu Yin looked up as he continued to endure the constant barrage of runes. He coughed up blood and his clothes were dyed red. Why was this origin tribulation trying to sever his path? He continued to ponder, simulating various scenarios in his mind. His battle force had already been shattered, and even his physical body was collapsing. The power in his heart was also unable to resist the progenitor's world. He stared at the humanoid origin tribulation in the distance and decided to go all out. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet and extended outwards, staring at the humanoid tribulation. Lu Yin wanted to move to the side of the humanoid tribulation so that he could directly attack it, but a series of runes blocked his path. Xianxia sneered. Using a secret technique in front of a progenitor? What a joke. The star chessboard cracked open and only Lu Yin could see that his movements had been blocked. His eyes widened. Star chess retraction. If you can block my path, then I can also retract my move. Lu Yin's movements affected the space around him, but that was normal. When progenitor's actions also affected the space around him. Lu Yin used retraction to repair when progenitor's influence on the space around him, allowing the space to be repaired and the influence to return to the original path. This would allow him to retrace his original path and appear next to the humanoid origin tribulation. This was using the principle of the planned secret art, retraction. Lu Yin's body kept changing, going from moving to being blocked and then to being repaired. His body became blurry as he constantly endured the pressure from the changes in space, causing his physical body to begin to collapse. With retraction, he instantly approached the humanoid origin tribulation. Success. Wuxia, the fog ancestor, and the others watched on with wide eyes. Just as Lu Yin was about to appear next to the humanoid origin tribulation, his gaze moved away once more as more runes appeared, blocking his path once more. No matter how miraculous the planned secret art was or how it repaired space, it could not be used in front of a progenitor. This was because Lu Yin was facing a progenitor, the peak of human cultivation. Bai Wangyuan and the others understood when progenitor, so they were not worried at all. No matter what Lu Yin did, he could not break through when progenitor's world. Lu Yin's body began to crack at a visible rate, and he moved further and further away from the humanoid origin tribulation. Had he failed just like that? Impossible. He raised a hand and struck out with a palm. This palm was not aimed at the humanoid origin tribulation but rather at the runes. This was the meaning of things move in the opposite. Things move in the opposite. It could be used on any object or phenomenon in an extreme state, such as time or the undying deity's wandering state. At this moment, when progenitor had broken the planned secret art, retraction, and caused the repair of space to fail. He had surpassed his control over space, and this was also an extreme state. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment. When progenitor's world's extreme state on space was exactly the same as time's extreme state on withered trees. When things move in the opposite was used, the extreme state that had blocked the repair of space suddenly stopped. Things move in the opposite was not a secret technique, but a progenitor battle technique that had originated from the withering ancestor. Even the undying deity had not been able to avoid being knocked out of its wandering state, let alone when progenitor. When things move in the opposite, it struck the runes, causing the runes to completely reverse the extreme state that had blocked the repair of space. Lu Yin instantly appeared next to the humanoid origin tribulation, and no one could react in time except for Lu Yin himself. When he appeared next to the humanoid origin tribulation, he used all of his strength to strike out with a palm strike that viciously slammed into the back of the humanoid origin tribulation. The unforeseen event had happened too quickly. It had only been a second since Lu Yin had used the planned secret art to strike the humanoid origin tribulation. In that 1 second, space had changed multiple times, and Lu Yin himself had not been able to withstand it. His body had almost collapsed, and it was only now that Bai Wangyuan and the rest had realized Lu Yin's goal. Thank you. Back in the cycle of reincarnation dancing in the wind, no fish in water, a reward from his brothers. He had been in meetings for the past few days and there were even discussions at night. He had just gotten married this month and he had even added chapters during the 3 days of his wedding. It was truly tiring. Fortunately, he had his brother's encouragement. Thank you for the rewards and support, thank you for the encouragement, thank you. I'll add more chapters. Chapter 24:30. The humanoid tribulation was destroyed by Lu Yin's palm, along with Wenzu and the Divine Seal catalog. The words disappeared one by one as Wenzu's ancestral world and the Divine Seal catalog disappeared. The humanoid tribulation slowly dissipated as well. Lu Yin looked at the disappearing humanoid tribulation and said, "If you're really my father, then I'm going to be struck by lightning." A gust of wind blew past, causing his blood-stained hair to flutter. Lu Yin looked at Wuxia and smiled. "Senior brother, it's not bad, right?" Wuxia praised and smiled for the first time. "Junior brother, I know why Master accepted you. It's not just because of your talent but also because you can create miracles." The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. What creates miracles is withering. Things always move in the opposite direction. The more I look at it, the more amazing it seems. Outside the upper realm, Bai Wangyuan and the others all had solemn expressions. Lu Yin had actually survived the tribulation. This was unbelievable, truly unbelievable. A 5th tribulation cultivator had actually managed to survive against a progenitor. Things always move in the opposite direction. Withering's battle technique is truly unbelievable. Wang Fan was shocked. Bai Wangyuan and the others stared at Lu Yin, as they were the only ones who understood how powerful withering was. They had once known that things always moved in the opposite direction, but it seemed like they had still underestimated him. This battle technique could be used on any object or phenomenon. It could even reverse space and time, heal oneself, and even withstand extreme attacks. Just what had withering created? Aside from progenitors, no one else could understand what was happening. They only knew that Lu Yin had survived. This time it should be over. That was what everyone was thinking. Lu Yin looked up at the black hole. It should be over. If he hadn't thought of creating an extreme state for Wenzu, he wouldn't have been able to survive. He couldn't imagine anyone else besides himself being able to survive against Wenzu. Everyone thought that the tribulation should be over. However, not only had the black hole not disappeared but it had even expanded. Lu Yin's expression changed as he clenched his fists and looked up. "Do you really want me to die? You're really asking for a scolding." Wuxia frowned. Why? He was clearly in a desperate situation. Why is there still an origin tribulation? The mist ancestor was confused. Again, what else can happen? Is there really going to be a progenitor fighting him? Even they felt despair. This was something that shouldn't have happened. Bai Wangyuan and the rest went completely silent. They hoped that Lu Yin would die under the origin tribulation, but even they felt that it was too much. How could someone who had already gone through 3 origin tribulations be easy to deal with? Even the most elite successors and geniuses had a high chance of failure when facing the first origin tribulation, not to mention Wenzu, who had just faced an origin tribulation that shouldn't have passed. Now that Zhou Xian had passed, there were still more? Would they really not rest until one of them was dead? This tribulation would go down in history. Come, I want to see what kind of tribulation will appear. Lu Yin raised his head and shouted as he stared at the black hole. He didn't believe that a progenitor would appear. Then he would accept it. Filled with curiosity and apprehension under everyone's gazes, an incomparably familiar yet impossible thing descended. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Was that even possible? The mist ancestor Wuxia, Bai Wangyuan and the others, as well as the progenitors from the outer realms, as well as everyone from the Middle Realms who saw this were all stunned. Something like this could actually appear? The starry sky above the tree shook. Countless creatures in the lower mortal realms fled in panic. The top realm cracked open as if it was being suppressed by some colossus. On the back of the battlefield, aside from the fourth base, the cultivators from the other four bases were clearing out the corpse kings in the new continent. As the tribulation descended, they felt the earth tremble slightly. What was going on? The mother tree seemed to be shaking. The middle realm ocean was boiling, creating a boundless tsunami. Countless people looked in the direction of the Yin Mountain district and saw an unbelievable scene. There was one more thing, the mother tree. Above the Yin Mountain district, Lu Yin looked up. Wasn't that the mother tree? He had never dreamed that the astral source universe would actually draw out the mother tree. That's right, it was the mother tree. An origin tribulation could have attacks, natural phenomena, various astral beasts and even people. Naturally, it could also have a mother tree because it absorbed astral sources. That was the logic, but when the mother tree actually appeared, Lu Yin was still stunned. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were also stunned. In the outer realms, 7 stars appeared at the same time. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the mother tree emerge from the black hole. They had never heard of a mother tree appearing in an origin tribulation. What could the mother tree do? Lu Yin was also wondering what the mother tree could do. Crush him to death? He turned back to look at the real mother tree, but it didn't seem to have any reaction. Kid, did you do something that angered the heavens? What kind of origin tribulation is this? It's trying to kill you. The fog ancestor cried out. Wuxia's face sank. If the one ancestor's appearance was excessive, then the mother tree's appearance was not as simple as that. What had his junior brother done? Lu Yin gulped. He didn't have the time to listen to others. His mind was blank as he stared at the mother tree. He wanted to see what it was trying to do. The mother tree slowly descended. Although it wasn't as large as the real mother tree and was probably the same as the humanoid origin tribulation, it was still enough to cover the entire Yin Mountain district, including the surrounding Huayuan and Blue Moon district. Countless people watched the mother tree descend and fell into despair. Lu Yin attacked with a palm to see what effect it would have. The mother tree's roots were struck and cracked. There was an effect, but it was very small. The mother tree was too large and extremely sturdy. Even with Lu Yin's full strength, he could only break a few of the roots. Lu Yin couldn't help but look at the top realm and the ruler realm. It was no wonder why the mother tree could support the entire astral tree and support a progenitor in battle. It was just too sturdy. The mother tree continued to descend and Lu Yin was constantly suppressed. He kept attacking, trying to break the mother tree's origin tribulation, but his attacks were too small compared to the mother tree. He couldn't descend any further, or the mother tree's origin tribulation would crush the middle realm. A huge sound came from below and Lu Yin looked down. His pupils shrank as he saw the mother tree's roots. The real mother tree had attacked and its roots were constantly wriggling. Once the mother tree's origin tribulation descended, the roots would definitely attack. At that time, the tribulation would think that the mother tree was helping it and it would be over. What should he do? What should he do? There was a boom as Lu Yin crashed into the mother tree's roots. He was surrounded by roots that kept being pressed down and a huge force was trying to kill him. From the moment he had seen the mother tree, Lu Yin had never imagined that he would one day face such a terrifying existence. This was something that carried the weight of human civilization. How could humans resist it? It had blocked the Eternals and given them a chance to survive. Such an existence was the most monstrous existence in the universe. Lu Yin's existence was unimaginable to humans, and the mother tree's existence was something no one could even imagine. How could they resist such an existence? Even the Eternals couldn't destroy it. Otherwise, how could humans have survived until now? The only one who had ever destroyed the mother tree and been seen was the one true God. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and released the power in his heart. He stared at a red dot that came from a giant scarlet vertical eye, which was the Eternal's astral gate. This was the one true God's divine power. Throughout history, the only one who could truly destroy the mother tree was the one true God. Then could this red dot help him? Lu Yin didn't know, but since the red dot had landed in his heart, it was his own power and not an external object. No matter what, he had to try. The power in his heart manifested and turned into a part of the starry sky. The red dot was very close to him and he couldn't erase it before. Now he wanted to borrow its power. Regardless of whether this power belonged to the one true God or not, Lu Yin didn't want to give it up. He didn't want to sever his own realm and fail his tribulation. Bai Wangyuan and the others were waiting for him to be killed. Below him, the mother tree's roots kept wriggling. There was no time. Lu Yin closed his eyes and grabbed at the red dot. As his hand wrapped around it, his eyes suddenly widened, and a scarlet light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Outside the origin tribulation, Wuxia clenched his fists. Junior brother, sever your own realm. Sever your own realm. You can't fight the mother tree. The fog ancestor shook her head. This brat must have cultivated something incredible, or else his origin tribulation wouldn't be so abnormal. Even though she was from 9 mountains and 8 seas, she still felt that this was abnormal. Bai Wangyuan and the others held their breaths. Were they going to just watch and kill him? He should be killed. There shouldn't be any accidents, and there shouldn't be any accidents. Even they couldn't do anything to the mother tree. Crack. A crack appeared on the mother tree's origin tribulation tree, and then the tree trunk continued to split apart. It was almost exactly the same as when the one true God had cracked the mother tree apart. Everyone's expressions changed. Can't be, right? No one could believe what they were seeing. The mother tree's origin tribulation tree had actually split apart? Lu Yin's roar came from below the mother tree's origin tribulation tree, and it suddenly stopped pressing down. No one can kill me. Lu Yin roared, and the crack on the mother tree's origin tribulation tree grew larger and larger. Finally, an explosive force burst forth that shook the entire cosmic tree. Everyone stared fixedly at it. The mother tree's origin tribulation tree dissipated. Lu Yin lowered his head and panted heavily. His body was covered in bloody scars, and he was in an incomparably miserable state. Every breath he took was filled with blood. No matter how strong Lu Yin was, he had reached his limit this time. In the distance, the prison WRM's claws drooped down, and it looked at Lu Yin with fear. It had just sensed an extraordinary power, and its senses were far sharper than humans. Lu Yin's head hung low as he panted heavily. A strand of astral energy descended from above and landed on Lu Yin's body. After the origin tribulation, the fruits of his labor would be revealed. Lu Yin didn't even move as he allowed the astral source to continuously enter his body. The astral source shot straight up into the sky and poured into Lu Yin's body like a rainbow. Lu Yin opened 3 gates and first filled the lower gate's astral source cyclone to the 6th origin tribulation. Next was the middle finger gate, then the upper wisdom gate, and finally the outer astral source cyclone. There were a total of 4 gates. It was also at this moment that everyone was shocked once again. At the same time, they finally understood why the origin tribulation was so abnormal and even shameless. Lu Yin had absorbed too much astral source, to the point that they found it unbelievable. Chapter 24:31. The Lu family can absorb a lot of astral sources, but it can't be this much, the mist ancestor exclaimed as he watched Lu Yin continue to absorb astral sources. Wuxia exclaimed, Junior brother is the one who absorbs the most astral sources after undergoing tribulation, including half-ancestors. Some people don't even absorb as much astral sources as he does after becoming ancestors. The mist ancestor smiled bitterly. In outer space, Bai Wangyuan and the others' faces sank. The more terrifying the tribulation, the greater the threat the cultivator would pose to the astral source universe. They had hoped to see Lu Yin's tribulation destroy him, but now that he had passed it, the characteristics of his tribulation made them even more fearful. They watched as Lu Yin continued to absorb astral sources, and they felt as if all the astral sources in the middle realm had been lifted by him. They exchanged glances. This kid could not continue to grow. Finally, after a long time, Lu Yin stopped absorbing astral sources. The astral sources that had entered his body not only meant that his cultivation level had increased, but also that he had improved in all aspects. The most obvious change was that Lu Yin felt that his body's toughness had reached a new level. Previously, he had to be extremely careful when fighting against a demi-ancestor. Now, even if he did not have Mastery Realm battle force, he was confident that his physical body would not be any weaker than a demi-ancestor. With the addition of Mastery Realm battle force, he would no longer have to struggle against a demi-ancestor. The mist ancestor Wuxia and the others all stared at the black hole as it slowly disappeared. This time it had truly disappeared. This single tribulation had affected the entire cosmic tree realm. Even the progenitor's tribulation had not been so exaggerated. Wuxia approached Lu Yin. Junior brother, it's over. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked up at the disappearing black hole. Next time let's see what you can do to me. He had truly been pushed to his limits. Even progenitors felt that Lu Yin's 6 tribulations had been excessive. Not even a half-ancestor could survive that. The missed ancestor arrived. The origin tribulation is ruthless and shameless, but you're even more ruthless. What exactly did you cultivate? You forced the origin tribulation to be so shameless. Lu Yin looked up and saw Bai Wangyuan and the others descend, surrounding him from all sides. Wuxia looked at Bai Wangyuan. The missed ancestor looked around as well. What? Are you going to fight? In the distance the prison WM roared, but it did not dare to approach. It still had Lu Jian's commander appointment platform on its back. Lu Yin slowly asked, "Are you trying to break the agreement?" "Lu Xiaoxian, you're the one who provoked us," said Xianxia coldly. "I was looking for an old friend from the Moon sect, but I discovered that his sect had been exterminated, and there was a half-progenitor from the frigid Immortal sect at the site. Don't tell me that the frigid Immortal sect wasn't responsible for this." He then looked at Bai Wangyuan. "As for the astral elixir that appeared when the mother tree split open, no one is allowed to touch it. Anyone who touches it will be irresponsible to the mother tree in this region of the universe." Bai Wangyuan's expression was gloomy. The missed ancestor spoke up. "That's right. No one is allowed to touch the astral origin liquid." She then glared at Lu Yin. "Don't think that I've forgotten that you just absorbed the astral origin liquid. You'll have to pay the price for that." Lu Yin solemnly replied, "Of course. When I absorbed the astral origin liquid, I suddenly realized that this was not a good thing to do, and it could even be considered a shameless act. I will definitely protect Senior's attitude towards astral origin liquid from now on. Anyone who tries to absorb astral origin liquid is an enemy of Junior, Senior, and the entire human race." Lu Yin's attitude left the missed ancestor stunned, and she suddenly saw Huiwen's shadow in Lu Yin. Shameless, flipping the table after eating. She was unhappy, but she had no choice but to cooperate with Lu Yin. Otherwise, what else could she do? Let the 4-way scales absorb a wave of astral origin liquid as well? The dragon ancestor sighed. "Lu Xiaoxian. No, I should call you Lu Yin. You're much more shameless than Lu Xiaoxian." Lu Yin looked at the dragon ancestor. "I heard that you only stepped into the progenitor realm because of Senior Missed Ancestor's guidance. What are you doing now? Attacking Senior? Who's shameless? Lu Xiaoxian, you've repeatedly provoked the 4-way scales. Do you really think that we won't dare to attack you?" Xiaoxianji's tone was gloomy and he really wanted to attack. Lu Yin retorted, "The astral origin liquid belongs to the mother tree. I accidentally discovered it and absorbed it, so that's provoking the 4-way scales? When did the mother tree become the 4-way scales' private property?" Bai Wangyuan spoke up. "Let's not talk about what happened before. The problem with the 5th mainland's astral source universe was caused by the Eternals. Before the problem is resolved, Lu Xiaoxian, you are not allowed to step into the cosmic tree domain. This is not just the 4-way scales decision, but also the entire cosmic tree domains. We fear that our astral source universe will also have problems. Can you do this? If not, we can announce to the entire cosmic tree domain that you're doing this for the sake of humanity, so let humanity decide whether you stay or leave." Lu Yin sighed. Bai Wangyuan's words were reasonable. If the 5th mainland's people wanted to escape, then it was normal for the cosmic tree domain's people to not allow them to enter. After all, no one knew if this astral source universe would also have problems. This was not just Bai Wangyuan's concern but Lu Yin's as well. If something happened to the 5th mainland, then it was fine, but if something happened to the cosmic tree domain as well, then who would be able to resist the Eternals? No matter how much Lu Yin had contributed to the cosmic tree domain, the entire cosmic tree domain's attitude was the same as the 4-way scales. They wanted to prevent the 5th mainland's people from coming back. "Alright, I'll do as you say. I'll leave," Lu Yin said calmly. "But from now on, you have to guarantee the safety of the 5th mainland's cultivators in this domain. Send them all back to the 5th mainland. The only reason you can send them back is because of the problem with the astral source universe. Until this problem is resolved, they are not allowed to have any problems." "Alright, we'll send all of the 5th mainland's cultivators back," Wang Fan said. At this point, both sides had reached a tacit understanding. Lu Yin would not be able to return to the fifth mainland for the time being. The four-way scales had not allowed him to come because they needed to completely control the cosmic tree domain. Lu Yin was too much of a variable. Xiaxinji's gloomy expression returned to normal as he watched the hellworm leave. The Eternals have helped us a lot. If Zhou Xian doesn't appear, we can take control of the cosmic tree domain in the shortest time possible. Even if the fifth mainland's problem is resolved, Zhou Xian will no longer be able to influence this domain. Be careful with your words. We don't need the Eternals' help, Wang Fan reminded him before turning to leave. Bai Wang Yuan looked in the direction that Wuxia and the Fog Ancestor had left. They had lost Zhou Xian, so they had to be on guard against those two as well. Only by controlling the entire cosmic tree domain would the four-way scales be the four-way scales. On the hellworm's back, Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He knew why the four-way scales had chased him away, but there was nothing he could do about it. Given the current situation, the muddy plan had come at the wrong time. He even suspected that the Eternals had done this on purpose to aggravate the conflict between him and the four-way scales while simultaneously increasing their strength. It was not impossible. Lu Yin brought Wang Wen with him. He returned to the fifth mainland once more. Wuxia had accompanied him this time. Lu Yin wanted to become a god. Senior brother, becoming a god won't affect you, right? Lu Yin asked. Wuxia replied, it won't affect me, but under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to become a god. No one knows if there will be a day when those who become gods will become enemies with those who become gods. Just like the four-way scales and Patriarch Lu Tianyi, Lu Yin said. Wuxia continued, I find this very strange as well, but only the four-way scales and a few others know what exactly happened that day. Logically speaking, with Patriarch Tianyi's strength, even if he didn't do anything, once the Divine Seal catalog appeared, everyone would be helpless. He could face one or two people from the seven sky gods on his own, but in the end he was still exiled. Lu Yin knew that this might have something to do with the parallel spaces. Through Lan Ho's memories he understood some of the parallel spaces. Just like in this part of the universe where the four-way scales wanted to kill him, the parallel spaces might not necessarily be harmonious with each other. Once two spaces intersected, they might join forces or become enemies. Both were very normal. Of course, Lan Ho's memories did not contain any parallel spaces that were close to the Lu family's strength. In fact, there were very few that were even close to the four-way scales. Most of the parallel spaces that Lu Yin knew about would at most face a progenitor realm corpse king, and those spaces might not even know about the existence of the seven sky gods. With these thoughts in mind, they returned to the fifth mainland. Lu Yin threw Wang Wen to the Sky Genesis court and found a rather remote place with Wuxia to try to ascend to godhood. During his tribulation he regretted not ascending to godhood. Otherwise he would not have been so helpless against Wen Zhu and almost failed his tribulation. I've never seen your Lu family ascend to godhood. Senior Tianyi only ascended to godhood in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. I didn't exist back then, so how you ascend to godhood is up to you, Wuxia said. Lu Yin nodded. I know. Thank you, senior brother. Whether one could ascend to godhood with the Divine Seal catalog depended on one's cultivation and willingness. If the person being sealed was not willing, then no one would be able to ascend to godhood. This was the exact opposite of the general appointment platform. The general appointment platform did not require one to be willing, as the person being appointed was already dead. These were two completely opposite methods that had the same purpose. They were the absolute power of the Lu family to control the fifth mainland. Lu Yin and Wuxia were separated by 100 meters. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment before waving his hand. The cloth in his palm unraveled and a golden light blossomed from his fingertips. It illuminated the entire technocracy and the Immerse, as if it wanted to illuminate the entire fifth mainland. Countless people looked at the golden light and knelt down. The Divine Seal catalog did not only bring a golden light, but also a kind of holiness that was compatible with the entire fifth mainland. Aside from the words, Divine Seal catalog, there was nothing else on the golden cloth. Wuxia's expression turned solemn as he faced the golden light of the Divine Seal catalog. He had once thought that Senior Tianyi might ascend to godhood one day. Lu Tianyi stood at the forefront of humanity and faced the Eternals head-on. With his own strength he even dared to attack the Eternals. It was not that no one had seen Lu Yin's giant scarlet eye before, and it was not that no one could destroy it. That person had been Lu Tianyi, but it had been too difficult to destroy it at that time. The ones blocking his path were not the endless corpse kings, but rather the 7 sky gods, one after another. Lu Tianyi disappeared, and after that the divine seal catalog disappeared as well. The golden light had not appeared for a very long time. Chapter 2432. If a direct descendant of the Lu family reappeared, how many gods would the divine seal catalog be? Wuxia was looking forward to it. Perhaps Lu Yin could also stand at the forefront of humanity and face their mortal enemies. Wuxia, are you willing to be sealed? Lu Yin's voice sounded out, but it was completely different from his usual voice. It was much deeper and more sacred, and there was an awe-inspiring majesty to it that made even Wuxia cautious. I am. The golden light suddenly converged into a beam of light that enveloped Wuxia's body. There was both light and darkness beneath the beam, and the darkness formed a shadow that headed towards the divine seal catalog. Once the shadow entered the divine seal catalog, it meant that the seal had been successfully sealed. The shadow only existed under the divine seal catalog's light, and only the divine seal catalog could use the shadow to battle. This was divine seal. Wuxia watched the shadow head towards the divine seal catalog and took a deep breath. From this moment on, Lu Yin's power level would soar once again. Even without external items, he would truly have the strength to face any progenitor. Only he knew how strong he was. Even if he faced 9 mountains and 8 seas alone, he would not fear them. Lu Yin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the divine seal catalog disappeared along with the golden light and the shadow. Wuxia's expression changed and he rushed to Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin almost collapsed. His face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His entire body trembled and his mind buzzed. His vision was blurry and he could not hear anything. He had failed. His divine seal had failed. This was just Lu Yin's experiment. Since ancient times, the weakest descendant in the Lu family had been a half-step ancestor. Through the origin tribulation, Lu Yin knew that the humanoid Lu Qi might have been able to ascend to godhood at the peak of the emissary realm. This was the lowest known ascendant and there was no one below that. Lu Yin wanted to become a god at 6 tribulation origin tribulations, which was the same as trying to seal a half-step ancestor at 1 tribulation origin tribulations. The difference was too great and he naturally had to bear the consequences. He had failed at that time and now he had failed at becoming a god. After a long time, Lu Yin recovered slightly. His body stopped trembling and his ears could hear. Junior brother, did you hear that? Wuxia asked. Lu Yin nodded and looked at his hands. Drops of blood dripped onto his palms and trickled down from his nostrils. As he looked at the blood, his vision seemed to be dyed red. It was too painful. Ascending to the divinity ascension stage was even more painful than the first time he had tried to ascend to the half-martial ancestor realm. This kind of pain was different from the origin tribulation, and it was also different from cultivating battle force in the palm realm. It was an unknown kind of pain. Looks like you need to rest for a while. It's indeed impossible to become a god with 6 origin tribulations. Wuxia sighed. It's just wishful thinking on my part, but I'll definitely be able to become a god after 7 origin tribulations at most. Not necessarily, said Wuxia. Lu Yin looked at him in confusion. Wuxia pondered for a moment. When it comes to becoming a god, not only does it depend on one's own cultivation base, it also depends on one's opponent's cultivation base. For example, Senior Tianyi was able to become a god in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Although that doesn't mean that his battle prowess surpasses that of the 9 mountains and 8 seas at the very least, it's certain that the difference between them isn't too great. If he were to become a god in the 3 realms, 6 Daoists or even primogenitor, do you think he'd succeed? Lu Yin understood. Senior brother, are you saying that the difference between our cultivation levels is too great? Wuxia clasped his hands behind his back. Yes, the difference between you and progenitor one is too great. Although it was only a few words, Wuxia's arrogance was completely revealed at this moment. He believed that he far surpassed progenitor one. Progenitor one was also a progenitor with an ancestral world. Lu Yin was helpless against those boundless characters, but there was still a difference between progenitor one and progenitor one. Progenitor one might have been on the same level as the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors, but Wuxia was comparable to 9 mountains and 8 seas. 9 mountains and 8 seas was not on the same level as an ordinary progenitor. Lu Yin thought it through. That's right, Wuxia was his senior brother and had been recognized by Mr. Mu as an absolute genius. How difficult was it to gain Mr. Mu's recognition? Even if Lu Yin had experienced all sorts of opportunities, it would still be difficult to succeed. If Wuxia could succeed, then that meant that his cultivation talent was not below Lu Yin's. Just as senior brother Qin Ping had said, an emissary could fight a half-martial ancestor, and a half-martial ancestor could fight an ancestor. It would be fine if Lu Yin was at the level of progenitor Wen, but if he wanted to become a god like Wuxia, then it would not be as simple as ascending to the divine ancestor realm after 6 origin tribulations. It would be like trying to become a divine ancestor right after becoming an emissary. After thinking this through, Lu Yin felt that he had been wronged. If he had known that he would not have ascended to the divine ancestor Wuxia, then he would have found another progenitor to ascend to the divine ancestor realm. But who would he have found? Looking around, it seemed that the only person who had willingly become a god was Wuxia. As for the blood ancestor, there was no need for him to become a god. Wuxia saw through Lu Yin's thoughts. There are no progenitors in the 5th mainland who can become gods, but there are in the cosmic tree realm. You will find a way. All right, I'm leaving. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. Wuxia left and Lu Yin let out a long breath. He raised his hand and his die appeared. The injuries he had sustained during his tribulation had been healed when he had absorbed the astral source, but he had not expected that his injuries would worsen so quickly. Lu Yin watched the die slowly spin. It was 3 pips. He shook his head and decided to continue. This time it was 1 pip. It had only been a few days since he had rolled the die, so he decided to wait 10 days before rolling it again. 10 days later, Lu Yin successfully rolled 4 pips and entered the time-stop space to recover from the backlash of ascending to the divine ancestor realm. A second later he reappeared, fully recovered and headed towards the above heaven sect. The new mainland was already being reclaimed, and it was time to clean up the Eternals in the Starfall Sea. A few days after Lu Yin arrived at the above heaven sect, he headed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea once more, intending to clean it up. Along the way he happened to run into Haifeng, Haidashao, Haiqiqi and Elder He. When they saw Lu Yin they immediately bowed. Although it had only been a few decades, the 5th mainland had changed so quickly that even Haidashao had no choice but to bow his head to Lu Yin. Did you guys just return from the Starfall Sea? Lu Yin asked. Haifeng replied, we just executed Yang Yi and were preparing to return to the Outerverse. Lu Yin was astonished. You executed Yang Yi? Haiqiqi clenched her fists. Yang Yi betrayed the human race, so of course he should be executed. Lu Yin looked at her. She wanted to say something else, but under Lu Yin's gaze she knew to avoid it. She was not as reckless as she had been in the past. Wasn't Yang Yi handed over to the blood ancestor? He's a traitor of the 6th mainland. How did you execute him? Lu Yin asked. Elder He respectfully replied, Senior blood ancestor allowed us to participate in the execution. The Eternals were established in the Sea King's Dome, and he wanted the Sea King's Dome to completely disappear from the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin nodded. Got it. Congratulations, you've gotten your revenge. The group bowed. Thank you, Dao disciple. Lu Yin waved his hand and the group headed towards the Outerverse. Haiqiqi turned back to look at Lu Yin. This person had changed so much since they had gone on adventures together and gone through life and death situations together. Suddenly Lu Yin smiled at her just like he had in the past. Haiqiqi's eyes lit up and she blinked. Then she opened her mouth to say something. Lu Yin was speechless. What she had said was, "You're still as ugly as ever." This girl's tongue was just as poisonous as ever. For some reason Lu Yin felt nostalgic. Just as he was about to continue to the Starfall Sea, his wireless goo vibrated. Lu Yin accepted the call. It's me, Lu Tianmu. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why would Lu Tianmu contact him? What's up? Lu Hao wants me to tell you that Lu Yu is dead. Lu Yin did not react at first, but then his expression changed. What did you say? Lu Yu? The Lu family's ancestor? Lu Tianmu's expression changed as well. Lu Yu is the Lu family's ancestor? Progenitor? What did Lu Hao say? Lu Yin barked. He had a bad premonition. Lu Tianmu replied, Lu Hao only wanted me to tell you that the four-way scales suddenly attacked Lu Yu. Lu Yu is dead and he threw Lu Tianmu out before he died. However, Lu Yu is still being targeted and will definitely die. He also wanted me to remind you that before he died, Liu said that the four-way scales had nothing to fear and that he also had an address where the sword steel is located. Lu Yin's expression sank. Lu Yu was the Lu family's ancestor who had fought the undying god alongside him. He had grasped sword Dao at unity and was adept at killing. How could he have died? A progenitor's death could not be left unnoticed. Lu Yin quickly tried to contact Wuxia, but he could not reach him. He immediately contacted the Mist Ancestor. The Mist Ancestor replied quickly, "How did you know? Just happened." Lu Yin asked, "Is Ancestor Lu Yu really dead?" The Mist Ancestor was silent for a moment. "Yes." "Why?" Lu Yin did not understand. How many days had it been? He had just returned from the Cosmic Tree Domain a dozen or so days ago, so how could an ancestor have died in such a short time? Although Lu Yu was not 9 mountains and 8 seas, he was not weak. How could he have died so suddenly? Why had the four-way scales killed a progenitor so decisively? That was a progenitor. Were they not afraid that the outer realm would lose its protection? Were they not afraid of the farmer family and Ghost Abyss retaliation? Everything happened too suddenly. I don't know why, but Lu Yu suddenly left Broken Star and returned to the Lu family's territory. Bai Wang Yuan and a few others suddenly attacked him. 2 9 mountains and 8 seas, 1 Xianxia and the dragon ancestor attacked him at the same time. Even I would not have been able to withstand their attacks, let alone Lu Yu. Lu Yu died too quickly and no one could save him. Why did the four-way scales attack Lu Yu? What about my senior? Lu Yin asked. The Mist Ancestor felt a headache coming on. Both ordinary cultivators and progenitors have grudges against each other. The Lu family once controlled the Fifth Mainland and suppressed progenitors from killing each other. All of the grudges were transferred to the Everlasting Race. Now that the Lu family and the Everlasting Race are gone, internal conflicts naturally erupted. Lu Yin naturally understood this logic, but he had not expected it to erupt so quickly and for an ancestor to die so quickly. Wuxia went to the frozen Immortal sect in the Pinnacle Realm to look for Bai Wang Yuan. The four-way scales announced that Lu Yu had betrayed the human race. The Agriculture Ancestor and the Ghost Abyss Ancestor went as well. The Outer Realm is currently in chaos. What about Senior? You didn't go? Lu Yin asked. The Mist Ancestor calmly replied, "How can I interfere with the grudges between the various parties? Wuxia represents the humble school, the Agriculture Ancestor, and the Ghost Abyss Ancestor represent themselves. I don't represent anyone." Lu Yin did not say anything. The Mist Ancestor was right and no one could force her to help anyone. If the Everlasting Race was still around, she could take action and use the overall situation to control both sides. However, the Everlasting Race was no longer around, so she had no reason to interfere. But was it wrong to go against the Everlasting Race? Of course not, it was the human heart. Chapter 24:33. Lu Yin looked at the wireless goo. He had expected that the four-way scales would try to take complete control of the cosmic trees, but he had not expected them to be so aggressive as to kill Lu Yu first. Lu Yu was a progenitor, one of the strongest humans had, but he had died just like that. Now that Lu Yu was dead, who would be next? The farmer's school? Ge Yuan? Or the humble school? Regardless of whether the four-way scales would act again, the others would be on guard. Although they would join forces and cause trouble for the four-way scales, their authority in the cosmic trees had increased greatly. Lu Yu had said that the four-way scales had nothing to fear, but what gave them the right to do so? Lu Yin tried to contact Wuxia again, but he still could not reach him. He was worried about Wuxia's safety, and no matter what, he had to go to the cosmic trees to take a look. He had been powerless to stop the Lu family from being exiled, and he could not allow the same thing to happen again. He would not go through the new corridor, as the four-way scales would definitely have a way to deal with him. Also, the four-way scales would know where he was if he went through the new corridor. As he thought about it, Lu Yin rode the Hellworm towards the Neoverse, contacting Drunkard along the way. What? The array was destroyed? Lu Yin was shocked. Drunkard replied, "A half-progenitor and I don't know who it was. He attacked the array as soon as he arrived, but now that the array has been destroyed, the Sage Heavenly Master has arrived. We can't repair it for now." Just 2 days ago. Lu Yin frowned, as this was all part of the plan. Destroying the array and attacking Lu Yu had been part of the four-way scales plan all along. But aside from the new corridor and the array, there was also Jupiter. When the Eternals had attacked, Lu Yin had told everyone that Jupiter could be used to travel to the cosmic trees, but no one had confirmed whether or not it was possible. The four-way scales definitely knew about this, but they could not prevent it from happening. Even Lu Yin himself did not know the exact location of the cosmic trees through Jupiter. The more prepared the four-way scales were, the more Lu Yin wanted to go. Otherwise, once the cosmic trees were completely controlled by the four-way scales, he would be stuck in the fifth mainland forever. Once he became a half-progenitor, the agreement would lose its effect and the four-way scales would attack him. It was impossible for the current fifth mainland to stop the four cardinal scales. In the starry sky of trees, the cold immortal sect had never been so shaken. All the disciples looked up in horror, feeling the pressure of the progenitor realm. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan and Xianxia faced Wuxia, the agriculture family's old ancestor, and the ghost abyss Guizhou. The progenitor realm was the limit of human cultivation. It took many years for one to appear, but now 6 of them had appeared. Wuxia, the humble school, was established to deal with the Eternals and find Redback, not to deal with the four-way scales. The grudges between the four-way scales and others have nothing to do with you, Bai Wangyuan said in a deep voice. Wuxia stared at Bai Wangyuan and said, I won't interfere with your grudges, but if the four directions balance's reason for starting a war involves the Redbacks and the spies, the humble class will not sit idly by. The reason you attacked Lu Yu was because he was protecting the undying deity and it was the Redbacks. The humble class has not confirmed this matter. What does it have to do with you? This is the result of my four-way scales investigation. Do we need your humble class to interfere? Xianxia shouted angrily. What evidence do you have to prove that Lu Yu is a Redback? Just the undying deity hiding in the Lu family? Do you four-way scales lack Redbacks and spies? The agriculture family's old ancestor spoke, leaning on a tree branch as he stepped on a tree leaf. Although he was filled with spirituality, his muscles were extremely developed, making him look like a muscular man. He even had a hoe on his back and his voice was deep and heavy. Ghost Abyss old ancestor's body was blurry, surrounded by death energy. You can kill Lu Yu today, you can kill me tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow you can kill Nong Yi. The four-way scales are truly ruthless. Even after so many years, the Eternals have not been able to kill an progenitor so easily. You are even more ruthless than the Eternals. Wang Fan looked at Guizhou. We have evidence of killing Lu Yu, we don't need to explain this to you. Saying so, he looked at Wuxia. What does the humble class want today? Or are you using this matter to help your junior brother? Intense winds blew as the 6 progenitors faced each other in the sky, arguing. Their progenitor realm power swept out from time to time, causing heaven and earth to change colors as if they could attack at any moment. As they argued, the wireless goo in Nong Yi's hand vibrated. Lu Yu had left Broken Star and returned to the Lu clan's territory because the Lu clan's disciples were in danger. The four-way scales wanted to capture and kill the Lu clan's disciples. To prevent this from happening again, Nong Yi, Guizhou, and even Wuxia held the wireless goo so that they could contact each other. Nong Yi accepted the call and Nong Sanyang was on the other end. Nong Yi's expression changed when he saw Nong Sanyang's message and he muttered to himself, I'll be leaving first but I'll be back soon. Guizhou was puzzled. Is there something more important than this? Nong Yi looked at Wuxia. Please. He then turned around and left Cold Immortal Sect. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked and they exchanged glances. Nong Yi's departure was out of their expectations, and he had definitely left for something more important. What could be more important than this? After leaving Cold Immortal Sect, Nong Yi went straight to Seed Garden, where he saw Lu Yin under a waterfall outside. Lu Yin had arrived at the starry sky of trees through Jupiter, and he had appeared in Central Calm Sea just like before. After sensing his location, he went straight to Seed Garden and contacted Nong Yi through Nong Sanyang. The dragon ancestor isn't here, he was waiting for you at New Sky Corridor. Actually came? Nong Yi was surprised. Lu Yin looked at Nong Yi. Senior, time is of the essence, so I won't waste time. Are you willing to be deified? Actually, before coming here, Lu Yin had never thought that the Nong clan's ancestor would be the first one to be deified. After leaving Central Calm Sea and seeing Seed Garden from afar, he suddenly had an idea and contacted Nong Yi through Nong Sanyang. The four-way scales had suddenly attacked Lu Yu without any hesitation, which meant that they had made certain preparations that would be detrimental to the Lu clan and the Nong clan. The four-way scales were not stupid and they knew what would happen if Lu Yu died. Even so, they had still attacked Lu Yu, which was why Lu Yin had been able to invite Nong Yi. Do you know what they're planning? Nong Yi asked. Lu Yin shook his head. No. Nong Yi frowned. Are you lying to me? There's no need to know. Lu Yin looked at Nong Yi. Even my Lu family will be exiled. Just the Lu clan, the Nong clan, Ghost Abyss, and even my senior brother won't be able to compare to the original Lu family. Besides, Lu Yu is already dead and the four-way scales have 8 progenitors. If a battle to the death breaks out, the Nong clan will disappear along with the Lu clan, along with Ghost Abyss and the Humble School. Nong Yi fell silent. This was the truth. Otherwise they would not have joined forces to attack the frigid Immortal sect. The threat of the four-way scales joining forces was too great. Junior still has the same question. Are you willing to be deified? Lu Yin asked. Nong Yi and Lu Yin and Nong Yi looked at each other deeply. Deified? There were pros and cons. If they were on the same side as an ascendant, then being deified was equivalent to having another progenitor. However, if they turned against each other, then they would be using their own strength to deal with themselves. Senior, are you willing to be deified? Lu Yin asked for the 3rd time. There was no need to elaborate on the current situation. If he was willing, then he was willing. If he was unwilling, then he was unwilling. No one was stupid, and Lu Yin didn't have the eloquence to change his unwillingness into a willingness. Nong Yi sighed. Lu Xian, are you willing to make a promise that as long as my Nong clan doesn't betray humanity, you won't act against my clan? Lu Yin raised his head. Sure, I swear that unless your clan betrays humanity, I will never act against you except in self-defense. Nong Yi nodded. Deified then. I'd like to see how someone with 6 origin tribulations will do that. Lu Yin's lips curled up and he waved his hand, causing a golden light to fill the starry sky of trees. In the frozen Immortal sect, Bai Wangyuan and the others saw the golden light coming from below, and their expressions changed. Not good, the God Sealing Catalog. It's Lu Xian. They wanted to go to the Central Realm, but Wuxia and Guizhu were blocking their way. Whoever Lu Xian becomes a god is his own business. It has nothing to do with you, Guizhu laughed. No wonder that old man Nong Yi had left. It turned out that he had gone to become a god. Once he became a god, there would be another progenitor here, and with Lu Xian, everything would become unpredictable. Xiaxinji's expression became extremely ugly, and the scene of Lu Tianyi blocking the front with a god-sealing catalog appeared in his mind. He would never forget that scene. No, he couldn't let Lu Xian become any stronger. Xiaxinji's figure flickered as he headed towards the Central Realm. Guizhu hurriedly acted, causing death energy to surge and instantly cover half of the Central Realm. Wang Fan and Bai Wangyuan looked at each other. They had to act in the end. Since they couldn't stop Lu Xian, they would have to see who was the master of the starry sky of trees. Suddenly, Xiaxinji coughed up blood and his body swayed, almost falling down. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan were shocked. How had Xiaxinji suddenly been injured? Was it Guizhu? They looked over and Guizhu was confused. How had Xiaxinji suddenly been injured? No one knew where Xiaxinji's injury had come from. Xiaxinji clutched his abdomen and lowered his head, his pupils dilating. Bastard! Bastard! You actually injured yourself. Bastard! Xiaxinji, what happened to you? Wang Fan asked. Xiaxinji coughed twice. I haven't recovered from the battle in the sovereign world. Wang Fan and Bai Wangyuan were confused. Injuries in the sovereign world? When had he been injured? Wuxia was also confused, but he was quite far away from Bai Wangyuan and the others at that time, so he didn't know and thought that Xiaxinji was really injured. Bai Wangyuan whispered, "Can you still act?" Xiaxinji wanted to say something, but he coughed up another mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. I have to go back and treat my injuries. I'm sorry. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan looked at each other. They knew that Xiaxinji wasn't so simple, but since he said this, it meant that he didn't want to tell them. Xiaxinji didn't wait for them to answer and just left. He returned to the divine martial heaven, but before he left he took a deep look at Wuxia and Guizhu, as if he wanted to see something. Wuxia and Guizhu were confused, not knowing what had happened to Xiaxinji. At the same time, the golden light of the God Sealing Catalog disappeared. They looked towards the Central Realm. Did he succeed? Or did he fail? Chapter 24-34. There were no records of someone reaching the godly ancestor realm after 6 origin tribulations, but when they thought about Lu Yin's past achievements, even by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan did not dare say that he would fail. Elsewhere in a corner of the mortal realm, Xiaxinji's clone spat out blood. Blood even seeped out of his skin as if he had just been fished out of a pool of blood. Let's go. Xiaxinji has sensed our location. He should be here. Lu Xiaoga helped Xiaxinji's clone up and left according to the prepared route. Above them was the ancestral Mang, and they had used its aura to intimidate Xiaxinji, making it difficult for him to find them. Was it worth it? Lu Xiaoga asked, looking at Xiaxinji's clone with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xiaxinji's clone grinned, but his mouth was full of blood, making him look rather savage. I was seriously injured once. At most I would have gone into seclusion for 100 years to recover, but I got a promise in exchange. Of course it was worth it. Lu Xiaoga's tone was low. You knew that you were in contact with Lu Xian? Kid, you underestimate me too much. It's true that the new generation replaces the old, but don't forget that we are not the old. A progenitor can never be the old that has been eliminated. I already felt that something was wrong when Lu Xian chased after me. Why did he chase after me? Just because I'm Xiaxinji's clone? And why were you so cautious and careful? You even schemed against Lu Xian so that he couldn't chase after you. No matter how I look at it, this seems like a game between the two of you. Since it's a game, there's obviously a wager, and your wager is me. The reason for this game is because you're in contact with Lu Xian, Xiaxinji's clone said slowly. He was clearly heavily injured and needed to be supported to walk. He could not resist Lu Xiaoga at all, but he did not say anything. Lu Xiaoga sighed in admiration. Senior, you're smarter, more powerful and more ruthless than I imagined. Xiaxinji's clone sneered and suddenly looked up. The two of them stayed still and waited for a moment. He's gone. It's Xiaxinji. If not for the ancestral Mang's aura, he would have found me. Senior, you contacted Lu Yin through me and heavily injured Xiaxinji in exchange for his promise to help you deal with Xiaxinji. Do you trust him that much? Lu Xiaoga asked. The same thing had happened after Lu Yin had arrived in the cosmic tree realm. When he saw the seed garden, he thought of Feng Shen Nong Yi. He had then received Lu Xiaoga's contact and made a deal with Xiaxinji's clone. Xiaxinji's clone looked up and panted heavily. He gestured for Lu Xiaoga to put him down, and he sat down with his back against the tree. The 4-way scales banished the Lu family, and it was a huge gamble. They won, and this time I made a huge gamble as well. I bet that the Lu family will be able to make a comeback. At this point he looked at Lu Xiaoga. I know that you have a grudge against Lu Xian. Lu Xiaoga interrupted him before he could finish. Lu Xiaoga smiled and said, I have no grudge against him. I'm just a member of the Dark Forest. Xiaxinji's clone looked deeply at Lu Xiaoga. Perhaps one day you will have a place in this universe. Lu Xiaoga smiled. Let's talk about that later. Xiaxinji is heavily injured, and it looks like the cosmic tree realm won't fall into chaos for the time being. Senior, not only did you injure Xiaxinji to help Lu Yin in exchange for his promise, but you also believe that the 4-way scale is superior to the others. Not only did you help Lu Yin, but you also helped yourself. Xiaxinji's clone closed his eyes and stopped talking. In the central realm, not far from the seed garden, Lu Yin watched as the divine seal catalog descended. There was a shadow that looked exactly like Nong Yi. This was the divine seal catalog. In front of him, Nong Yi's eyes glowed as he looked at the divine seal catalog. That shadow had come from the divine seal catalog's golden light. Where there was light, there would be a shadow, and that shadow had become Nong Yi. How do you feel? Nong Yi asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin put the divine seal catalog away. I don't feel anything. Senior, let's go and have a chat with Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He then took out Mount Supreme and released the hellworm. It roared as Lu Yin climbed up. Nong Yi sighed in amazement. Every time I see the hellworm, I'm amazed. I can't figure out how you managed to subdue it. Senior, let's go. Don't let the frigid immortal sect wait for too long. Nong Yi's figure flashed and appeared above the hellworm's head. The hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it roared. Its progenitor's power swept out and it charged towards the top realm. Within the frigid immortal sect, Bai Wang Yuan's expression sank. They had all sensed the hellworm's power. Lu Xian had arrived. In the valley below the Wang family's mainland, The dragon ancestor's expression turned ugly. It had indeed been the hellworm's aura, which meant that the God Seal catalog had been Lu Xiaoxuan's. Beside him, Bai Xing was curious. How did Lu Xiaoxian get here? The dragon ancestor frowned and stepped forward. He had guessed that Lu Yin must have come from Jupiter. It was no secret that Jupiter could connect to the astral tree realm, but no one had ever tried to do so. Lu Yin's arrival had confirmed his guess. Lu Xiaoxuan's arrival meant that things had changed. In the ruler realm, the fog ancestor watched calmly. She had no stance, and if she did, it would be the humans. No matter what realm or cultivation level one was at, there would always be grudges. She was not from the Lu family and could not control the fifth mainland, much less the grudges. She could only watch. The hellworm and the dragon ancestor arrived at almost the same time. They met outside the frigid Immortal sect, and when they saw each other, the dragon ancestor was stunned. Nongyi, why are you with Lu Xiaoxian? Wait, you're the one who sealed? Nongyi coldly glanced at the dragon ancestor before following the hellworm into the frigid Immortal sect. The dragon ancestor hurried in as well. Where's Xiaxinji? The dragon ancestor asked curiously when he saw Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Wang Fan explained what had happened with Xiaxinji. The dragon ancestor's expression turned even uglier. How had the situation suddenly changed? Lu Xiaoxian had sealed Nongyi, which meant that both Lu Xiaoxian and Nongyi had joined the fray. Xiaxinji had been severely injured and they had lost a few members. How were they supposed to deal with this? The three looked at Wuxia and the others. Wuxia also looked at Lu Yin in surprise. You sealed? Lu Yin smiled. Yes. Wuxia nodded. Guizhu also looked at Lu Yin and Lu Yin looked back at him. This was the first time the two had met and they had both used death energy. Decades ago, when Draconic Seven's identity had been exposed, someone from the Ghost Abyss had risked their lives to help him escape. But things were different now. When Draconic Seven had been alive, he had been Lu Xiaoxian, an ant who had needed protection and had been chased by the four-side scales like a stray dog. The Ghost Abyss had been willing to protect him and support him. In the future he might have been able to lead the Ghost Abyss to the peak, or he might have been used by the Ghost Abyss until his value was exhausted, allowing the Ghost Abyss to take the initiative. But things were different now. Lu Yin's power had long since gone out of control, and the Ghost Abyss couldn't control it at all. Neither of them had expected that their first meeting would be in the frigid Immortal sect. Guizhu. Lu Yin was the first to speak. He looked at the gloomy person across from him, and the density of this person's death energy was astonishing. The Ghost Abyss's death energy definitely wasn't ranked 5th. In any of the Death God's force fields on the continent, the Death God's left arm and Golian could also use one attack. Guizhu didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking, but if he did, he would have been on guard. After all, if the Death God's left arm and Golian used one attack, the Death God's force field would be completely drained. Guizhu would be the same and his inheritance would be severed. Lu Xiaoxian, it's been a long time, Guizhu said, looking at Lu Yin as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Lu Yin replied, it has indeed been a long time. I've accepted your kindness and I'll definitely repay you when I have the chance. Guizhu didn't say anything else and instead looked at Bai Wang Yuan. Lu Yin also stopped talking to him and instead looked at Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. What do you say? Do you want to fight? He then waved his hand and the golden light blossomed once more as Nong Yi's figure appeared. Everyone looked on in amazement. Aside from Zhou Xian and 8 Cs, this was the first time everyone was looking at the God Seal catalog. Of course, the dragon ancestor was an exception as he was even older than Zhou Xian and 8 Cs. This is also my first time using the God Seal catalog. Don't blame me if I don't use it well, Lu Yin said, his tone filled with threat. Wang Fan said in a low voice, Lu Xiaoxian, you made an agreement with us a few days ago that you wouldn't step into the astral tree domain. Are you going back on your word so quickly? A few days ago, Senior Lu Yu was still here, but he's gone now, Lu Yin said. Lu Yu's matter has nothing to do with you, Bai Zhe said. Lu Yin sighed. We're all comrades in the battle against the undying god, so how could it have nothing to do with me? Senior specifically invited me to the Lu family for tea and to discuss sword techniques. He also said that he would pass down his sword Dao's unification to me because I'm the most suitable successor. Although he hasn't had the time to pass it down, I'll accept this kindness. Senior won't allow you to slander him as you please. Nonsense, Lu Yu never drinks tea, and how could the Lu family's sword Dao's unification be passed down to you? Bai Zai shouted. Lu Yin raised his brow. What, were you beside me when I was talking to Senior Lu Yu? Bai Wang Yuan choked. Lu Xiaoxian, don't be unreasonable. We all know what kind of person Lu Yu is. Hurry up and return to the Fifth Mainland. This matter has nothing to do with you, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin looked at him. Wang Fan, immediately sends Senior Zhong Yue's statue to the Seed Garden. Wang Fan was stunned. What? Lu Yin shouted. Senior Zhong Yue was on good terms with the Nong family and swore to join them. Since he's dead, his statue should naturally be placed in the Seed Garden. Wang Fan looked at Nong Yi. Nong Yi looked at Lu Yin. Was that true? He wasn't that close to Zhong Yue. Lu Xiaoxian, what nonsense are you talking about? The dragon ancestor frowned. Zhong Yue was a wandering cultivator and a progenitor who had died in the sovereign realm. At that time only Wang Fan had been with him. After Zhong Yue's death, Wang Fan had placed his statue on the Wang family's mainland to attract many wandering cultivators to join the Wang family. He had said that Zhong Yue had instructed him to do so, but no one knew the details. How can you compare the relationship between Senior Zhong Yue and Senior Nong Yi? Wang Fan, you're too shameless, Lu Yin reprimanded. Wang Fan was furious. Zhong Yue was the one who said that he was willing to join my Wang family. Who heard that? Senior Lu Yu also said that he would treat me to tea and teach me the sword Dao. Do you admit it? Lu Yin retorted righteously. Wang Fan shouted angrily. Lu Yin did not back down. Chapter 24:35. Everyone else was speechless as they listened to the two bicker, but their expressions soon relaxed. If they could argue, it meant that they would not fight. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting before Lu Yin had even arrived. The two of them quarreled for almost an hour before they stopped. Bai Wang Yuan and the dragon ancestor were no longer anxious, as the situation had already reached this point. Wuxia's expression relaxed and he looked at Lu Yin with a rare smile. This junior brother was really interesting. Once he arrived, the situation would always change. Some people were born with this ability and knew how to stir things up. They knew how to use all sorts of advantages to create situations that were difficult for their opponents to handle. Whether it was Long Qi Yu Hao or Lu Xiaoshuan's identity, he had used them all very well. He had used his own strength to change the situation of the human race. Master, how did you receive this disciple? If he wasn't my junior brother, I would have taken him in as a disciple as well. Lu Yin had completely destroyed the original plan of the four-way scales, and in the end, it had only been a discussion. However, this did not have much to do with Lu Yin. His main goal in coming here was to find Wuxia, and it was fine as long as he was fine. Of course, the final result was still acceptable. No one could seek justice for Lu Yu's death, and this grudge could only be left to the Lu family. The only thing Lu Yin could do was try his best to save the Lu family, such as the family head, Lu Du. He was fifth bro's father, so he had to find him. There were also Lu Ke, Lu Yi and Zhang Dingtian. Over the next half a month, Lu Yin searched for the Lu family in the central realm. He found Lu Ke and through him he found Zhang Dingtian. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had died to the progenitor's shockwaves. If not for Master, I would have died. Zhang Dingtian stood on the back of the caged WRM and watched the ground recede. The WRM's speed was so fast that he could not even see it clearly. Lu Yin fell silent. It was normal for cultivators to die. Brother Lu, Master said that he experienced something inexplicable, Zhang Dingtian suddenly said. Lu Yin looked at him. So, aren't you going to ask what happened? Zhang Dingtian asked. Lu Yin looked away. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. What's the point of asking? Zhang Dingtian nodded. Yeah, what's the point of asking? Right, there's no need to find the family head. He's dead. How did he die? Lu Yin asked. He wanted to save fifth bro's father, and the only reason he had saved the Lu family was because of fifth bro's reputation, but it was still too late. Zhang Dingtian continued. Like Master, he was killed by the shockwaves of the progenitor realm. Master died trying to protect me while Patriarch charged towards Xiaxinji. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Was he going to charge at Xiaxinji? Lu Du was merely an emissary, not even a half-martial ancestor. Yet he had the courage to charge at Xiaxinji. It was clear that he was prepared to die at that moment. Was he the one who harmed the Lu family? If he hadn't exposed Lu Song, then the Lu family would have been fine. However, that might not be the case. Even if the 4 cardinal scales hadn't acted against Lu Yu because of this matter, they would have found other reasons to act against him, and the Lu family would not be able to escape this ordeal. Not long after they found Lu. He had been out on a mission and was not at home. Now that he had received the news, he had hurried back to the family, but Lu Yin had discovered him midway and taken him away. Lu's eyes were filled with hatred. He looked towards the top realm, truly wishing to tear apart this world. In the past, the Lu family had only been obsessed with their swords, but now they were filled with hatred. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ke or Zhang Dingtian, their lives would be filled with hatred. Finally, Lu Yin arrived at the location that Lu Hao had told him through Lu Tianmu. He was curious as to why Lu Hao had not contacted the farmer clan or the humble clan before his death, but had instead contacted him. Could it be that Lu Hao had so much confidence in him? Lu Yin guessed that Lu Hao must have seen through the layout of the astral tree, and that the only one who could break through this situation was an external power, which was Lu Yin himself. If Lu Hao could see through it, then many others could as well. While Lu Yin was lost in his thoughts, the hellworms stopped. Below him, Lu Yin saw Xia Ziheng and an unfamiliar half-martial ancestor. Xia Ziheng and the unfamiliar half-martial ancestor also looked up. Zhou Xian. Lu Yin descended and tore through the void, appearing in front of Xia Ziheng and the half-martial ancestor. Why are you here? It has nothing to do with you, Zhou Xian. You should return to the abandoned land, Xia Ziheng said. Just as Xia Ziheng finished speaking, Lu Yin casually waved his hand. His battle force at the realm of Palm combined with his physical strength, which had been increased by 6 origin tribulations, formed a palm strike that was extremely lethal to even half-ancestors. Xia Ziheng was shocked and he slashed out with his blade. However, the palm wind struck him and caused his blade to shatter. The palm wind viciously struck Xia Ziheng and sent him flying. That unfamiliar half-ancestor hurriedly intervened, but Lu Yin opened his hand. With a boom, the unfamiliar half-martial ancestor was pressed to the ground by the heaven-flipping palm. The heaven-flipping palm was similar to how things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was a battle technique with a concept. It had even been able to press the undying god's body to the ground, let alone this unfamiliar half-martial ancestor whose arms had been crippled. 2 half-martial ancestors had been easily injured by Lu Yin. Xia Ziheng wanted to intervene, but the hellworm above him roared and stared at him. He panted heavily and did not dare to move. I'll ask you again. Why are you here? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and calmly looked at Xia Ziheng. It hadn't been that long since he had attacked the divine martial plane, but Lu Yin's strength had undergone a drastic transformation. Not only had he reached 6 origin tribulations, but he had also cultivated the heaven-flipping palm and realm of palm battle force. It would not be as difficult for him to deal with 4 half-martial ancestors now, and he did not even need to use external items. Xia Ziheng did not want to answer. Even under the hellworm's pressure, he gritted his teeth and endured. Lu Yin walked over to the unfamiliar half-martial ancestor and bent down to look at him. It was just like when the undying god had appeared and looked down on him. Who are you? The unfamiliar half-martial ancestor looked at Lu Yin in shock. Xianxia. Your name? Yes. What's your relationship with the Xia family? Xianxia thought about it, but he was also unwilling to answer. Lu Yin laughed. You should say that if you have nothing to do with the Xia family, then you will die here. What do you think? Half-martial ancestor Ziheng? Xia Ziheng gritted his teeth. He's the guard of my divine martial prison. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he knew that this person was the guard of Xiaxinji's clone. Xiaxinji's clone had escaped with Lu Xiaoga, and this person had been sent out by Xiaxinji to search for him. Xiaxinji had most likely crippled Xiaxinji's arms. Lu Yin stepped over Xianxia and walked towards Xia Ziheng. It looks like you're certain that I won't dare to do anything to you, so you're not going to say anything? Xianxia was infuriated as being stepped over was a great humiliation. Xia Ziheng's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin. Patriarch Xinji won't let you off. Lu Yin suddenly laughed. You want Xiaxinji to talk to me face to face? Do you think he has the ability to do so? Xianxia was shocked. Who in the universe would dare to speak of Patriarch Xinji in such a manner? This was Zhou Xian, and it was no wonder that he had attacked the divine martial plane. It was no wonder that he had been able to stand against Patriarch Four Cardinal Scales and reach an agreement with him. This was a human. Only Lu Yin had the right to say such things. The moment Lu Yin said this, the humiliation that had just been stepped over instantly vanished. You're right. I don't want to do anything to you right now. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and swept out with his domain before vanishing. Xia Ziheng was stunned at first as he had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly leave. His expression immediately changed. Not good. He hurriedly looked around, searching for traces of Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin appeared right after, and at the same time, a giant sword steel appeared. Xia Ziheng's jaw dropped. Shashi. Lu Yin tossed the sword steel onto the back of the caged WM and slowly rose into the air. He looked down at Xia Ziheng. Many thanks, half-ancestor Ziheng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have stayed here, and I definitely wouldn't have been able to find the Lu family's sword steel. Ah. Xia Ziheng's face paled. It was over. Everything was over. That bastard Lu Xian was trying to kill him. Searching for the Lu family's sword steel was a mission given to him by the Patriarch, and many people were searching for it. He had followed the clues and almost found it, but he had been discovered by that damned Lu Xian. Why had he appeared so coincidentally? It definitely wasn't because of Lu Yin. The Central Realm was so big, so how could there be such a coincidence? Furthermore, Lu Yin had already concealed his aura, so the chances of Lu Yin coincidentally running into him were like looking for a needle in a haystack. That bastard must have known that the sword steel was here, but he had purposely said that so that Lu Yin would be punished by the Patriarch. After scheming against Xia Ziheng, Lu Yin left the Cosmic Tree Realm. As long as nothing happened here, he would not return for the time being. How many times had this thought appeared in his mind? Every time he was certain that he would not return, he would return for various reasons. Lu Yin shook his head and watched the scenery around him recede. He looked at the sword steel and then at the Sovereign Realm. It seemed like the four-way scales did not intend to stop him. They were also afraid of trouble. Not stopping him did not mean that they had given up. Since they had killed Lu Yu without hesitation, it meant that they had a plan in place. Even if this unknown plan had been destroyed by Lu Yin, there would be a day when it would be restarted. He just did not know when that day would come. Bai Xing had long since left the New Sky Corridor. Cultivators from the Fifth Mainland were constantly being sent over and then forcibly sent back to the Fifth Mainland. The Hellworm quickly streaked past and then charged into the New Sky Corridor before disappearing. A few months after Lu Yin left the Cosmic Tree Realm, although the people from the Fifth Mainland could not come here, they still sold all sorts of resources. This was especially true for wireless voodoo, which often replaced the cloud connection stones. The Cosmic Tree Realm was also researching the Fifth Mainland's combat methods, as their various external items were quite useful. As for the Fourth Formation Base, Lu Yin sent someone over, but they were all rejected by the Cosmic Tree Realm. Before the Fifth Mainland's problem with the Star Source universe was resolved, no one dared to take the risk of accepting the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, even if it was the reverse battlefield. The reverse battlefield had already changed, and there were not many cultivators left to guard the 5 formation bases. Most of the cultivators had already killed their way into the New World and were close to reclaiming it. The entire Cosmic Tree Realm was becoming more and more complete. As for the Fifth Mainland, they were constantly searching for the reason behind the Star Source universe's problems. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. On this day, a spatial crack appeared at the bottom of Shenwu Continent's Tower of Resonating Light. A figure suddenly rushed out of the spatial crack and crashed into the wall. After he came out, the spatial crack closed back up. The figure looked back. Oh no, I can't go back. That damned Guyu. After saying that, the figure looked around, then leaped out and carefully left the Tower of Resonating Light. When he looked outside, he saw rows upon rows of cultivators guarding the tower.